Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Let me close this one.
Hello. As an AI language model, I don't have feelings, but I'm here and ready to assist you. How can I help you today?
What? Are you an AI language model, Pinky? How you doing? I'm doing okay. Pretty okay, pretty okay. Had a, you know what? I lost. I had a big cup of coffee today. It's like, coffee good. How's the tooth wrist? Tooth, nothing much to be said yet. Still haven't done the root canal. Wrist is pretty much okay now. I can like, yeah, I can pretty much move my wrist without much pain anymore. So I would say it's like 90% healed, or even just fully healed at this point. So yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm currently checking out the mods. I didn't have time to check out the mods last night, alright? I didn't even get to play games. So I have this right here. Oh yeah, let me... I open up the caption. Just kidding, just woke up, so not much shit to be feeling yet. Fair, fair. A good model of drinking a lot less coffee would be good, but not full quit at once. Oh, true. A friend does that with drinking. Yeah, like, oh yeah, I heard, like, if you just straight up stop drinking altogether, alcohol. I'm referring to alcohol, by the way, since I don't, but I don't drink alcohol. This is just like an example that I heard, that when people just stop drinking altogether when they're addicted, then it's like their body cannot handle it anymore, and then eventually leads to some serious health problems. I know it sounds dumb, right? I know it sounds dumb that stop drinking entirely will cause health problem. It does. Your body just cannot handle without that particular addiction in the system. So it's like, hey. It's a little weird to say it that way, but hey, I'm slowly drinking less coffee these days. Slowly. Not today though. Today I'm just shoving coffee down my throat. Okay, let me download this mod. I think it's this one. Stay up. I'm downloading this mod. I don't want to sleep. Doki, sorry. Hi, welcome in. Also, I read everything you said in the Discord. I know, okay, I know I'm very quiet in Discord, but trust me, I read everything. I'm just there. I'm just there, lurking, schmirking. You don't know what I'm doing, but I'm there. It's also a case by case thing. It cannot go to the extreme immediately. It just doesn't work that way. Enable. Look at that, I installed mods, I'm the best. How is your day? Doing... sorry, that's mine. Doing pretty okay, not gonna lie. I had a big cup of coffee this morning. I feel really good. a little bit more energetic. Albeit my muscle hurts because last night badminton session was a little intense. But I had fun. I had a lot of fun. It's surprising how quitting can be outright dangerous. Yeah, quitting entirely can be very dangerous. Like, at once. That's what I'm trying to say. And then away from me was very busy when all the chatting went down. When everything went... okay, so according to Discord, the chatting went down when I was mad asleep. Everything happens at like 1 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It's, like it's okay. I'll read. I stopped drinking coffee when I used to drink like 8 cups a day minimum. Shit, that's a lot more than I do. But that was because my brother went to live alone. Oh, and I felt depressed. Okay, yeah, you know, that's fair, that's fair. I see, I can see why 8 cups a day is sort of required that time. Must be rough. And I quit coffee altogether, 100 to 0. Didn't you feel terrible at first? Like, must be tough doing that, right? Oh, with your bro. Oh, okay. But still, still. Yeah, that's a bigger congrats. I cannot do 100 to 0 at altogether. I cannot even think about stop drinking coffee, to be honest. I need coffee to feel. I need coffee to start my day. I didn't know if it was depression or coffee. It's a fine line that's really hard to like figure out. It's a fine line. It's really hard to figure out. It's not easy. But now I can't drink coffee. My brain hurts like crazy and my body just rejects it. Oh wow, wait, that's another thing I never heard of. Holy shit. It sounds kind of sad for me though, not being able to drink coffee anymore. Okay, well, I mean, since I'm fucking addicted, right? I am very I'm very addicted to coffee. I have to drink coffee. Funny enough, if my brother is there, I can drink coffee. Sounds like it's sort of a mental thing, I guess. Since I mean, I can't say for sure, but I'm not a psychiatrist, but according to what I heard, this is like some sort of comfort is there when your brother is there, I guess. It also quit hard. It's a hard reset. Body and brain, it feels like. Because it's like the whole body rejects it. Alright, I'm gonna open up Stardew. You guys ready to listen to the same music for how many hours I'm gonna stream, then how long you gonna listen to this one? Hell yeah, I'm ready. Hey, this music is great, no? No one would believe when I say that this is Street Fighter 6 music. I told my parents, "Hey, 你知道这个是那个 Street Fighter 的歌来的吗?" I just said like, "Do you know that this is like a Street Fighter 6 music?" They all like, "What the fuck?" Okay, hi Roxas. Why are you flipping me around? Why are you flipping me? Why are you flipping me? Wait, don't flip me. What do it? Oh god, you just flipped me. Oh my god, how dare you? Would you unflip me back? Huh? I have been feeling way better since coming out, so maybe they have something to do with it. Ah yeah. Doing better mentally also helps a lot. In general. Honestly, I feel much better being here as well, so this will be how the stream looks now. Not if I can help it, you little shit. I'll unflip myself. I will proceed to unflip myself. Oh. How does it feel to be in Australia? I don't know. Never been there. but now I have. I don't know, I feel everything... I feel like my organs are like dropping down, I don't know. I feel like I want to... My brain is filled with blood. What? No. Not like this. I just want to be a bat. Be careful with spooters. Uh-oh. It's okay, Lex is not here, it's fine. Survival of the fittest. Oh, that. Why? No, there's no up or down. I am... My body is... mega fucked. I'm just saying my body is mega fucked. Oh god. I'm being pet and breakdancing. Help. Hey. Oh, okay, there I go. Goodbye. Alright, you know, you guys do that. I'm just gonna play. I'm just gonna play. Bunch of bullies. Bunch of bullies. Can't believe you guys. Can't believe you guys. Good gods. Oh yeah, let me flip myself back. Let me flip myself back. Okay, there we go. Oh, what if I flip here though? Alright, let's go. Wee. Yeah, welcome to my scuff stream sometimes. When someone do ouch, and I assume it's like mesh to mesh collision will cause black hole to happen. When ragdolling, I love it so much. Come on, game, thank you. Oh yeah, this game has Mary Mayer Lou. Ew, no, God, Mayer's shit. I don't know if I play this game. Mayer's a shit. I don't like. Oh, I'm already at fall. You're still in Australia? Oh fuck. No, I don't want to be in Australia, please. Let me go. Okay. Sorry about the screen flashes. Because this game uses true full screen, this happens. Alright. Year 1, fall. Day 3, fall. I don't know. I forgot what I want to do though. Oh, Abigail, look at... Ooh, fish. Oh, fuck. How do I play this game again? Fish. 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 Priest, no, nah. Praising Mayor Lewis is too much. How do I play this game again? Oh yeah, how do I know the mod is installed? I have the stay up mod so that I don't need to sleep anymore, it says. I was playing 2v2 slew about 8 people on League of Legends. But isn't League of Legends like 5v5 usually? Is it like a new mod? It's funny, but I almost threw my keyboard. The MOBA experience. They're such good girls and hungry too. Could you bring me one bunch of amaranth? Okay. you want amaranth? Okay, I'll give you amaranth, I guess. I don't even know what that shit is. Will something fall down if I just keep doing this? No damn, no damn. Stop doing that. I have no time. Also, I have no idea why I'm doing a Stardew Valley, so please Please don't judge. Don't judge me. I spy a cutie. Oh my god, Evie. I spy a cutie as well. Oh my god, what a coincidence. What a coincidence, I spy a cutie as well. What is that? Oh, it's a trout soup. I was like, what is that bucket of thing? Bucket of thing. Target yip get a coin. I haven't played Stardew Valley, never. But seems like fun. It's kind of fun, but at this point it feels like there's too many things to look for, and it just kind of confuses me a lot. But it's all good. But now that I don't need to sleep anymore, I assume that the mod works now, so that I don't need to sleep. Then yeah, it's all good. Sip. Is this maple syrup? Oh, it is! Do I cut down trees? I'm not pressing anything. Please. Taking in mind my job, it would be like work, but I pay to work. I pay to work. Yeah, something about like games like this. It's like I'm already trying to avoid chores and shit. And then there's this game all about doing chores and shit, but made fun. I don't know. I just personally enjoy this game quite a bit. What fell down? Oh my god, stinky. This time when I play Minecraft, I just enjoyed mining. Same. Oh my god, I can spend a whole day just mining. Oh my god. I do the same. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Yeah, something about Minecraft. I mean, I do like killing things as well, and it happens in mines as well, so I'm not complaining. I can just spend inside a server for a long time. Me only fun has with chores when on some mod server or something like mentioned Minecraft, for example, but only on servers. Only on servers, eh? I can respect that. Like spamming farms for everyone. Oh my god. Like I still remember the coal farm you made for me. That was so good. I love the coal farm. Do you think it's a good idea to just keep planting seeds like this? I don't know. Hey, I don't care. I'm just gonna keep planting. Because why not? Nothing stops you from planting trees, right? And that day I learned no more. Wait, I once spent 80% of a 48-hour stream. 48-hour stream? Oh god. And that day I learned no more MC for me. Hey, that sounds fun though. Why no more MC for you? Chicken! Look at my kobolds. Sorry, chickens. Wait, kobolds. They are kobolds, don't ask. Alright? Look at this. The kobolds. Look at them. Kobold is good. Kobold 2 looks really happy today. Kobold 3 looks really happy today. I'm stuck. Kobold 4 looks really happy today. Very, very nice. Do I just throw this in? Oh shit, what does that do? Shouldn't I be putting eggs here? What was my brain thinking? Because I stopped streaming because one creeper exploded everything, and I said, okay, let's burn myself by going out. Your skin hates sun and my eyes and your eyes too. I have nothing against sun in real life. Since, you know, in being in Malaysia, you just have to face the sun every damn day. Like, direct sunlight and shit. Oh no, not today though. Today it's like very, very rainy outside and I love it. I like rain. Have I mentioned this before? I like rain. Oh wait, I have fridge! Of course I put eggs in fridge! Oh my god, I'm so stupid. How do I play this game again? Guys, there's just too many things. I don't hate sun, my skin. Oh, okay, okay. Dermatitis. If I don't know how to pronounce that. I have to be honest. But it does sound kind of serious though. Maple syrup. Where do I put maple syrup? Don't have to spell in English. It's okay. Well, it's yip. We yippin' here. Oh yeah, I need to bring minerals to... Do I have amethyst? Do I have more I have... Wait, can I still give? Oh, I already gave him. Okay. Wizard... Wizard likes something that's purple. Oh my god. Oh. I'm awake, I'm awake. Hi, Ion. I always understood that it is about as bad as having a permanent sunburn, which returns extremely easily. Oh my god, that's sad. Because if I have spent more than 20 hours without seeing sun, it hurts. But if I take sun more normally, I have no problem. Yeah, it feels like sun is like a natural like cure sometimes. But if your body hates the sun, then it must be really rough. Like heck, you know, heck rough. What does Wizard like? You know what? For now, I'm just gonna give Wizard Sweet Pea. Alright, let's go find Wizard. Can you do the sun again? It's just like I was bathed in bleach. Oh fuck. That's a very scary condition. Yeah, I'm just gonna go find Wizard first. Oh my god, look at the pops! Hypnosis? It's a channel? Oh my god. I like that pops. Hope you're doing good, I am. It doesn't react in an instant. No, it has to be a little bit before. In an instant, I feel like worm. Which you like. When they itch, you itch a lot. Is it? You know what? I'm just gonna say it's very terrible of me to like compare this to vampirism, which I'm a terrible person right now. I'm so sorry. I will apologize profusely. It's just after a good 5 minutes of sun. Oh my god. I said I'm a vampire raccoon. Okay, you know what? That's kind of cute. Vampire raccoon though. I think I want the music to be a little louder. Just a little. Oh, I need to buy chicken. Not buy chicken, buy food. Oh fuck, there's no one here. Chicken is no food. Chicken's gonna die. Sell me food. Okay, fine. Sorry, kobolds. That is actually kind of scary. What is that? I have a pic. A pic of your vampire raccoon. I mean, vampire raccoon is kinda cute, not gonna lie. The Discord, alright. See, I still remember where Wizard is. I'm the best. Hey, Wizard, who likes the sweet pea? This has some very interesting properties. It takes years of study to understand the language of the elementals. To actually speak their language requires a lifetime of devoted effort. Now, if you excuse me. It's a Dracopash. Dragon? Mapash is raccoon in Spanish. The Draco, there's dragon in there. If I see a dra, it's dragon. Yep, hey yo. I cannot wait to play Baldur's Gate 3. I know I mentioned this multiple days already, but still. I really cannot stop thinking about the Dragonborn in Baldur's Gate 3. It's been a long time, man, since I've seen a dragon that hunky, you know, and looks that good. What is this? Oh. It's already nighttime. I feel like I didn't do shit. See, this is what I mean. The time flies so fast, and then so little thing that can be done. But since I have the no sleep mod, hopefully I don't need to sleep. Well, hopefully anyway. Sun eat sun. But the wings also looks like vampire wings. It reminds me of Malzeno. It's a shame Baldur's Gate 3 done with Kobold. I know, right? God, it's almost perfect. Almost. Oh my god. I have trash. Take the trash. There you go. I'm just gonna fish at home. I don't know if I can get anything good here. I'm just gonna try. Someone playing MC in the background? You mean Minecraft? I don't think so. I mean, not me anyway. If someone in the chat is playing Minecraft, I wouldn't know. I'm already feeling exhausted? Oh, that's my phone notification. My phone's charging. It's very far away. That's why I have to like. That's why I have to like make my phone loud. Hi Joe. Hello. How you doing, Joe? It's so small. Oh my god, yeah. 58? Okay, good. Is it okay if I show a pic of my setup on the server? So, Minecraft setup? PC setup? I mean, if you don't mind, sure, go ahead. It's a server of like community. If you feel like wanting to share, feel free. I found trash. I'm gonna test out the mod, that's why I keep doing this. Oh my god, I could just do this all day. This is so good. I cannot believe Street Fighter 6 Battle Hub music is so good as well. Also I realized, you know, might as well talk about something here, right? So on Twitter, I know I've been using a lot of Twitter lately, and I've gotten a few followers, I would say, but those looks like bot accounts, right? They offer, well, they didn't offer, but they have like this commission thing that has like stream overlays and shit. Stream overlays and stuff. And then I've seen multiple of them follow me, and it's like they all look the same. Am I dumb? they all look the same. You know? Like the stream overlays all looks the same. It's like, what? It's weird. And I'm saying this because the latest, I assume it's a bot account follower, is like they have like the LGBTQ plus stuff, you know, they like, oh, we support this, and then like what rights and whatever. They have like a proper bio. But when I look into the profile and the timeline, what they tweeted about, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's so weird for a bot. Like, hi, Cheesecake. Okay, Lurk, go sleep. You're gonna go sleep? Okay. Have good sleep, Joe. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Ooh. I always nodded. I'm being nodded by you. I'm scared. Yeah, I should read some chat. I'm missing a lot. Used to have a better PC than I thought I have now, but I tried to sell it and it got stolen. Took the stream overlay from someone. It looks like all the same stream overlay, to be honest, so I wouldn't be surprised. But I've changed only the month. Where's my boob, Cheesecake? I want the boob. My Twitter account looks like a bot account, being honest. There's a very distinct bot account. It's a very obvious bot account if you see one. Something about their tweet is always like, it's either promotional thing or just empty. And they join, you notice their join time is like very like recent. Yeah, that's how you know it's a bot account. Just to download furry art. Hey, I respect that. How is the bean today? The bean is doing good. The bean had coffee. How is the best bean doing though? How is the cheesecake? Eat slime. Eat slime. Alright, moment of truth. It's 1:20 a.m. So the game will make me pass out at 2 a.m. But now that I have a mod, I wonder how it's gonna play out. You're the best bean? No. I could give you the no you card. I'll use it. Reverse, Uno reverse. But hey, it's good to play some Alien Isolation and play getting over it. Yo! Alien Isolation though? My god, I miss looking at Xenomorph. Oh, look, I don't need to sleep! Best mod ever. The Xenomorph is so... I know, right? Something about the design is just so... It clicks, you know? It clicks. The design clicks. That's all I have to say about it. It's hot. There's no other way around it. It's hot. Xenomorph looks too good. Alright, I'm gonna sleep anyway. Only feels comfortable at night. I want to keep it. Welcome back, Doki. Oh wait, this is not the selling bin. What am I doing? This is not the selling bin. There we go. And then take this. Boom. Feels good, not needing to sleep. Don't ask me why I store slime. Okay, let's go sleep. It's 3 a.m. Don't sleep at 3 a.m. challenge. Money? That's not bad, right? Uh-oh. Did the mod mess up the game? Is it too much to not sleep in the game? 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 Oh god. I can't. I just don't want to sleep at 2 a.m. The game is no Jadito. Never skip sleep day. I would never skip sleep day. Okay, you know what? I read the Reddit post. They say the Smappy has like a command that can time freeze. I'm gonna fucking time freeze. If the game doesn't allow me to cheat legally, I'll cheat cheaty way. Alright, I'll cheat the most cheaty way possible cheat, alright? Okay, how do I enter time freeze command? I read it in the Reddit post, I think. In here. It's not this one. Shit, I forgot where it is. No Jadito, little angry. Little Angie? Let me check. Oh no, what's up? What's up? You're gonna get hypnosis by a kobold? Wow. Where is it? It's community. It's not it? Let me go find it still. How do I find it? Stardew Valley. No sleep mod. Yeah, there's like a Reddit post here. The hypnosis effect reminded me that only the last time I ate a funny brownie. Oh my god, someone's explaining like this the fucking glitch. Yeah, people say, see this one. Smappy has a command, whoa, freeze time, then the freezes time. Typically gonna get the unfreeze. Where do I type this thing? Where do I proceed to type that thing? Eat the whole brownie. I didn't like that thing ate one corner and was baked. It's Vortex. But they say in the Smappy... Oh, is it on the console? They didn't say where to type it. They wanted me to feel better because I had depression. I don't think that's the way to go though. Like, NGL. But hey, at least they're trying to help. Yeah, I wonder if I type it here, maybe? Sneaking that in is not how to... Yeah. That's just not it. Did the game save or some shit? Did my game corrupt? It's day 4. My friend asked us to not give him drugs in secret. That's actually a thing. Yeah, why is that a thing, huh? So, command, tab. Oh, actually, do I like... Okay, let me try something. Here. Command usage. World freeze time. Okay. Oh. Is it? Is it frozen? It looks very frozen to me.
Yep.
Yo, let's fucking go. It's frozen. I am cheating. I mean, the game doesn't allow me to cheat cheat with mods, and I'll cheat with cheat. All right. I'll do it. I'm a wild girl. Try me. I'll get what I want. Wait, if you would have had an allergy? I think doing that in general is just not... That's not it. Oh my god, time is so frozen. I love it. Now this is the best game ever. How do you feel the first time that someone called by the pronouns you like without them knowing them? Oh, yeah, funny story, right? This happened when I was in KL still. I had really long hair because I didn't take care of myself very well. I was studying university and I was just roaming around the shopping mall for a little bit to wind down, pipe down. So I was walking around the mall, and then there's like one foreigner that just approaches me from behind. They addresses me. They addresses me as "Hey, Miss," right? I didn't know they were like running towards me because I was back facing them. Like they refer to me as "Hey, Miss" because they need like direction assumption. They are lost, and I didn't know they were calling to me. So I kept walking. And also maybe also I was wearing like earphones and stuff, so maybe a little hard for me to hear as well. But they called me again. This time it's a little closer. It's like, are they referring to me? It's like, huh? So I look back, and then they're like, oh, oh, sorry. It's like, no, it's okay. And then I just like talk a little bit, chatted. It's kind of funny, right? It's kind of funny. Maybe because I had long hair. My hair was pretty long. It reaches my shoulder, and then lower a little bit. That long. So it's like, oh yeah, okay, cool. So how I felt when I get addressed as "Hey, Miss," it's kind of... You know the, oh, you know the feeling? Oh, and then just like a little, that kind of feeling, you know. I don't know how else to explain it, but that's how I felt. Yeah, although now my hair is very short, I still keep a short hair for myself because I feel like if I have long hair, I don't think it's gonna be hard for me to like take care of it, right? I don't know how to like take care of hair when my hair is very long. But I do want long hair though sometimes, someday. Mine when dry barely touches my shoulder, but when moist is lower. Ooh. Because until I was like 18, people in calls thought I was a girl. Wow. Even when you speak, that's kind of cool. I believe my voice is like mega masculine right now. Mine's very masculine. Oh, I don't really understand. Is that a mushroom? How the hell did this get here? People just never knew with me, so we got both. In chat, if I don't talk, people assume that I'm a girl. maybe it's because of the way that I type. I don't know, but you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. So many sites, my family 22 years old. I think it's just the way I type. That's it. Oh, really? Really like sweet pea as well? Sure, let's give it a sweet pea. Same happens to you, which is very good. Short from a lady for almost a year using chat. Oh, wow. She always called me by she, her. That's honestly very cool, not gonna lie. Very, very cool. Let's go find Willy. Oh wait, I need time to unfreeze. Sorry about the screen flashes. Okay, time's moving now. It was nice. I never had the courage to tell her I was a he. Until one day I sent a voice message because I was occupied. Oh. I'm so sorry. Honestly, I wouldn't mind, to be honest. I mean, look at what I seek an extremely rare and powerful goop known as ectoplasm. It can be found in remains of the slain ghost. Ghost? Wait, your name is Rasmodius? Just for fun, if you can collect 1,000 pieces of stone in a week, they'll earn a reward and keep the stone. 1,000 pieces of stone in a week? No thanks. I was like, no problem, I don't care. Yeah, now you can in a day. You want 20,000? I'll give it to you, man. Hi, Willy. Look at shark. Look at shark. I like shark. Yeah, I'll pause the time again. Let's go mining. I did bring a bunch of food here, right? Like 7 fried egg. It doesn't look much, but it helps. I have 2 ice creams as well. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, I want to talk to Abigail. Okay, fine. Guess not. Guess not. Cute, right? It's just reptilians in general, they are so adorable. And hot as well. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god. Can I break this stone? Oh! Hi! Dwarf? Yeah, you're a mole! Oh my god. Olay tu an osol sundo tu uhon pay rando otu olay? El muel mo ualu alay. What? I can't talk to you anymore. But I did catch I was very... Huh? I have a question. Why I didn't question my reality since I was 5 years old because I played and got pregnant. Huh? 5 years old getting pregnant? What? No, that's wrong, isn't it? furry when I was 14 years old. Furry... I just watched some YouTube videos and I just became one. And of course it helps me through my tough times when I just got diabetes for like when I was a kid. It's like and it definitely helps. Oh god, I'm being intubated, Okay. Going down. What is that? This is jade? Oh shit. I'm not pressing anything. Oh wait, that's... oh my god. Watch a little anime with my brother. Ghost? 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 Spooky? Spooky ghost? Spooky scary ghost? Get out. Ghost. You juking? You juking? Very stuff since I have memory. Also, Alpha and Light and since and even get It's me waking up. It goes for a lot of people, I guess. I don't watch a lot of anime or TV shows in general, I believe. I don't watch them a lot. When I was a kid, I loved playing games. I only watched a handful of animes. Animes like dragons, like Dragon Goes House Hunting, 5,000 Years Old Vegetarian Dragon being villainized unfairly. That is one as well. Legends. Watch it. I watched Legends. Highly recommend. I love the show. I love the anime. What else? I watched Digimon 1, 2, 3, 4, and then after that never watched it anymore. I only love a handful of them, not all of them. What are these things? That's a slime, is it? Please come, please don't. Oh, please don't come near me. Oh. Dang, I'm getting a bunch of frozen geode. There's me at the god of the house. I don't like going out, but hey. I have to. For the sake of money, I have to do it. Okay, I should freeze time now. Never forget. Okay, time's frozen. I have no, I don't purpose going out. I have 5 or 6 friends on my country. 4 of them are in other cities. Ooh. I have most of my middle school friends still here. Then we still interact with each other. But online friends, however, maybe not. Online friends, nah. Most of my online friends like very far away from me. Hi, Sir Kaito. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Why there's so many pets? I got a bomb! I got a bomb! I got a bomb! Oh my god, oh my god. I found the best shit. Let's go. Also, thanks for the pet, Sir Kaito. A ghost drop upstairs. I think it's like whenever you kill something, there's like a chance to have a stair appear. I think that's how they work. Oh shit. Eat slime. Eat ice cream. Ooh, that's mega good. Okay. Oh yeah, also I froze time with console command or smappy command, so I'm cheating in this playthrough, don't worry about it. I just want to have a time constraint when playing games like this, so that's why I'm doing it. Yeah, see? I cannot handle having time constraint in games like this. It's terrible. I got another bomb? Oh my god! I got 2 bombs now? What do I want to explode? Who and what needs explosion currently? All the things needs explosion. Damn, I remember when I was still like using a level 1 sword. Killing the ghost takes like 10 years. How they call you? Go, Draxon? Both works. But if you want, if you're feeling particularly generous, you can check out the panels below my stream. There's like all my characters down there. And I do kind of prefer people call me by my character's name. Although I know it might be a little bit too much to ask, so... all good, all good. So Kobolt's name is Tylra. Yeah, fair. I was still thinking whether if I want to change my channel name. It might be like a very... It's a huge impact, right? I'm pretty sure it's gonna be. Omnigeode? I'm rich. Nice name. Ooh, thank you. I cannot just go swinging like this. I need energy. The crystals like does nothing. Yeah, the crystals feels like they don't do anything. League of Legends? I played for the sake of looking at Aurelian Soul. for obvious reasons. I did play League of Legends, not as much. I only like played it once in a few years just to look at Aurelian Soul. The rework is so nice. I haven't seen the rework yet, to be honest. Maybe I should play it back. Although I heard Aurelian Soul, yeah, the rework is like they changed all the skills and everything, right? I just wish he would speak more. Other than just doing like boop, boop. I mean, the boop is cute, but still. Oh, no, not the V. Okay, fair. There will be too much work to be. At least it's not a nut this time. Have you ever seen Shaivana? I don't think so. Or maybe I don't remember what they are or who they are. Ooh. Marina she. Oh, that's like she, not shy. She Ivana, right? Oh, okay. My bad. So Shivana, not Shaivana. Shaivana. Okay. So Shivana. What about them? What's a Shivana? You know, funny thing is, I remember playing League of Legends like way back when Nar first came out. Yeah, when Nar first came out, I played the game a lot. Nar is kinda cute. It's a half-dragon character that I love. Half-dragon? Oh no. Half-dragon? Oh no. I'm sad. And Shibana was out at that time, along with Nar. Wow, shit, I didn't know. But half dragon though, how does she work? A lady with purple skin they turn into dragon at will. Oh wait, at will. So that means you have to play as a human form most of the time. Oh, I'm sad. I don't want. Yep. I'm sad. At least there's Aurelian Soul. And her dragon design is, but what the fuck? No, that's just sad. That's just sad. Now I'm kind of curious. Maybe I should look it up. I don't think it's safe to search Google Images for it. I'm gonna do it off stream, like off screen. Sorry. Shivana. Oh, that's her? You play as this most of the time? I mean... I don't know. Not what I like. Oh, the base skin, okay. I mean, of course, it's MOBA. MOBA is gonna have like tons of skins. Okay, can I search for like a dragon form? There it is. What? That's cursed? That's kinda cursed. Your hands should be on the floor. Aren't you a wyvern? Nah, it's okay. I can just search out on Google and for some images. Oh, okay, yeah. Now this makes more sense. All right, this makes more sense. This one, all right. Hands on the floor, like a wyvern. All right, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. You know, that's okay. Oh, there's an in-game view. Oh, it's a ruined skin. No, I just want the base one. Shivana concept artwork? Oh, look at that. Nah. I don't think she clicks with me. I'm thinking of changing it to Shivana because she's my main. I mean, it's all up to you. Like, if you don't mind people... Oh, sorry, the screen. Give me a second. Sorry about the screen constant flashes. Yeah, like, if you don't mind being... like known as like a League of Legends character, because I assume people will think that, right? Since you know it's a League of Legends character. But honestly, you do you. If you like changing your name to Shivana, then by all means, hell yeah. You know, so long as you're happy with it. You know, like my thing is always like do what makes you happy, right? Do what makes what makes me happy, and I'm here. Sent my favorite yip pics. Wow, yip pics. Master slingshot. What does that even do? Requires stones for ammo. Can I shoot bombs? No, boo! I cannot shoot bombs? What do you mean? I have a ranged attack. Can I shoot? Oh, I guess that's not bad. Egg. Egg. Retaining soil. Huh. How did we went from like a cave to now a throw? Spooky! Oh my god, skeletons, help. Did it throw something at me? Oh my god, they're tough. They know how to dodge as well? They know how to KBD and dodge? Damn. That's kinda scary. Game, this is clearly wrong, game. I'm not pressing anything. Aquamarine?
Hello.
Chirpy beard? Beard? Oh my god, that's so adorable. Hi, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Force speed 2 weight. 20 to 30 damage. 22 to 29 plus 1 defense. I can be spooky though. I can cut faster. Come here. I'm so good at this game. I'm so good, it's crazy. And before the veterans come in, it's like, what the fuck you talking? Whoa, you threw bones at me. The slingshot kind of sucks. Excusez-moi. Gotta throw away wood. Prehistoric scapula? Prehistoric scapula? Oh, that's so good though. Her design is basically the body type I wish. She's my perfect everything. Oh. That's wrong in front of the skeleton. I mean, the skeleton can throw shit at me. That's cheating. How dare? Get out. You're cheating. Oh no, I need amethyst. I need my amethyst. What did they throw? Dwarf squirrel? Dwarf scroll? I'm gonna eat fish, it's okay. Eat it raw, become ghost. There we go. Become ghost. Oh yeah, to those who just came in, well, I have the time frozen so that the time doesn't advance and I can do whatever I want. Because I don't like when game gives me time constraint in games like this. I hate it. There's so many things to do, so little time. I abhor that shit. So yeah. That's why I have time frozen. Which is to say I am basically a cheatin. I'm not sugarcoating at all. I am cheating. Oh yeah, I should use bomb. I'm gonna use a bomb. Am I gonna die? Bomb. Oh. Is that a big rock? Or a small rock? No, I think they're all stones. Being a magician, being able to turn into a dragonfly, being a tank is a tiny body. As a tiny body, strong and fine, an amazing melee warrior, she's perfect. Dude, I'm glad. Hell yeah. You know, that reaction reminds me of when I see a dragon, pretty much. I react like that. Like, oh my god, a dragon! I proceed to simp over the dragon so hard. Yeah, it's only... just cobbled things, don't worry about it. Honestly, also a fun fact, my first ever character is not a kobold. Hence the name Droxen, you know. Droxen is like my first ever character. Like, not made by me, but made by Beastcub. Right? So it's like, that's my first character. That's why I'm known as Droxen to many. Local and those who know me earlier, they all know me as Droxen. So, and then after I started streaming, it's like I started to discover more about myself.
OMG, I love your maid dress.
Wow.
Dodro Bongo.
Wow. 你要买给我吗？ Hi, Tainted. The dragon design, yep, so wrong. War, no need. 等一下嘛，看到我直接死掉去了。You cannot tell Yipbot stop. Yipbot will just yip away. You cannot stop the yips. You do my house chores? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Look, I have a maid dress, doesn't mean I need to do house chores, okay? That's stereotypical. Nuh-uh. I can wear a maid dress and still don't do house chores. Because I can. Oh. Maid's a profession in tidy stuff? No. Yes and no. Hey, that's not my profession. I'm not a 24/7 professional maid. I'm wearing one for the aesthetics. Alright, for the aesthetics. God, I'm so glad I'm cheating. Almost out of fried egg. Normally do 24-hour. Hey, you don't know the kakak ah? Kakak, they all do 24-hour in the house one eh. I feel like kakak sure do like 24-hour. They don't wear the maid dress, but you know they kakak lah ho. When they sleep they don't, but when they wake up they pretty much do things all 24/7. Other than when they sleep, right? -8. Oh, you don't know if they sleep 8 hours though. Oh, speaking of, oh shit. Sleep? Like, okay, hear me out, alright? So I played a game called Pokemon Sleep. It's a thing. It's a real game. I played it last night. It's if I can even call it a game. Like it tracks your sleep. I think it's still in beta, but now Malaysia can play it. Or maybe it's out already. I don't know. I think it's out. It's out. Yeah, you can try it. The game is very adorable, but it does use a lot of like battery if you don't have like. It basically requires you to charge and open up the game at the same time, so they can track your sleep. And at the same time, you get rewarded for it because I get to look at very cute Pokemon sleeping, and I love it. So the game's very adorable, but my phone is charging. Remind me that I should really share some pictures because they are very adorable. Especially I saw like Cubone sleeping. I saw Larvitar sleeping. You know Larvitar sleeping in the sploot the sploot position. It is the most adorable thing ever. Like I saw it in the morning when I woke up. It's like I melted. Does your phone get hot? No. The game tells you to put the phone face down, and then it will like be in like a very power saving mode. I wasn't charging my phone when I played the game, so maybe that's why the phone doesn't get hot as well. But it's a thing. You can try the game. Not sponsored by Pokemon Sleep, by the way. Installed? Nice. Not sponsored? Yeah, I cannot believe it. Come on, Pokemon Sleep. Shoot me some of that sponsorship. Wink wonk. I'm ready. So it tracks your sleep, and according to Pokemon Sleep, my sleep score was 43, which is like bare minimum. Maybe a mission concert? Oh, I saw it on Twitter, yeah. Is it real? Is it true? In KL, Siani? You bought it? Damn, alright. No hesitation. I mean, I respect that. Hell yeah. Is it really 300 ringgit though? That's... Okay, you know what, for a concert? Yeah, I think... Shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, oh my god. Hey, you get to go to the price is okay. Oh! Shit, I didn't know. Fireworker boots? The price is okay, but this month you might have to eat grass. You might have to eat grass. God, oh no. Oh no. It's 21st, already spent 20. Hey, you know what? It's all for good, like for good measure, or like for good cause, you know. Whoa, I'm in a different place now? Am I gonna die? Probably. Insurance so expensive? You can say that again. Fucking hell. Oh, it requires 2 hits now. The sound. Ah, my inventory is full. Yeah.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
I love it so much. The scream is all I live for. I gotta throw this away. If you're in KL, you will go to concert too. I don't think I would enjoy many of the mission, to be honest. I'm more, if I want to go to concert, I would prefer to go to more of a classical one, to be honest. Like classical pieces. Thank you for 100-bit Ting Ting. Mix into tilted soil. Is it even that good? I can sell muscle. It's okay. I'm a lurk working. Okay, okay. Good luck with work. I'll have fun here. I'll have fun. Hell yeah. Classical? Yeah. Look, I like classical pieces, okay? They're great. Although I cannot listen to them on stream because my stream always gets muted because I listen to classical pieces. It's like, fuck. Shit. Oh, I need to upgrade my mining pickaxe. I think next one is gold. Welcome back, Doki. Doki's okay, right? just gonna confirm. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's so many gold. Oh my god, I win the game. I should probably get more copper ore. I need to make more furnace. What is that? On the left. Are you Jade? Oh, you are. Yep, okay, okay. Doki it is. It just reminds me of like the heartbeat noises in Japan, like anime and stuff. Doki Doki. Not to mention this Doki Doki Literature Club. Nice. Honestly, I personally feel Doki Doki Literature Club is such an interesting game. That's why I didn't have the courage to play. It is very spooky. It's not jump scare spooky, although at some point it does have a bit of a jump scare. But it's more of like a psychological play, I would say. It's very, very cool. I love the game. Alright, out of fried egg. This is bad. See, now I have more incentive to eat my food. And I have incentive to cook now because I can spend time doing this. Use my energy. Because I'm not being constrained by time anymore. Uh-oh. 14? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. What are you? Please don't hurt me. Ooh. Did you just explode? Explode? I didn't know I'm playing a horror game. Oh yeah, speaking of horror games, I think I'm gonna put horror game as one of my incentive for my subathon in the future. You want to play Outlast, a game that I never played before because I'm a pussy? Well, now you can. When I do the subathon, it will be a thing. Yeah, to me personally, I feel like Doki Doki Literature Club is kind of genius. Or maybe I just love 4-4 breaking games in general. Something about 4-4 breaking game just makes... It's cool. I love it. When the game is like aware of itself. Although it's not like corny 4-4 breaking like Deadpool does. That one's boring. That shit's boring. Something like Undertale, it's like, oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's cool. It's not like they're directly talking to the viewer all the time like Deadpool does. That one is just kind of boring. Undertale is like, the game knows what you're doing, but they give you subtle hints that they know. They don't tell you straight out, say, I'm watching you. They don't do that. They give you subtle hints, you know, subtle. The word, subtle. Which makes the game even more of a genius. What other 4-4 breaking game? One Shot? Yeah, One Shot is a really good one as well. One Shot. The game where you play as Nico. It's a good game. I'm not gonna spoil too much. Don't know the game? One Shot? One Shot. You could search it on Steam. It's phenomenal. It's puzzle solving in a very clever way. Yeah. Seen the game before? Seen good reviews about it? Well deserved. The game is absolutely amazing. Like, honestly, well deserved. Props to the game. I wanted to stream the game, but it would not be my first experience, so I decided not to. If it's not a first experience, it's different. Although there's this new update that I've seen, Solstice. I haven't played Solstice yet, but I think I'm gonna do it off stream by my own, since again it's not my first ever playthrough One Shot, and I feel like the experience is different, right? But to those who never played it before, One Shot, I implore you, go try it. It's a really well-made game. It's insanely fun. Oh, I'm going back up. Alright, time to cook more things. I can't think of any other 4-4 breaking game because it's so rare. It's so rare is also because I believe the programming part of the game is gonna be so fucking tough. You wanna program something that like breaks the 4-4? That's tough. That's a really hard thing to do, I would say. Oh, it's almost full. I should put artifacts inside. Yeah, I should probably put artifact inside. Like this one. Slingshot? I have a bigger slingshot though. Wanted to subscribe? It's okay, Doki. Don't worry. It's okay. Amazon Prime is not working. I never really use Amazon. I don't know how they work. If I can.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Oh my god, the shout, it's so good. I'm so glad I put it in, it's so fucking good. The shout. The shout. Whoa. Sif? Thank you. Whoa. Thanks so much for the gift sub to Doki. Also welcome in. Wow. Why? Oh yeah, there's hype train because of that. Okay. Thanks again. Big appreciate. I don't know what I'm doing. Why is Coral here? Artifact's not supposed to be here. Also welcome in. Hope you're doing good. How many bits you want me to give? I get it. I'm not trying to ask how many that people want to give. Look, I genuinely believe that just you guys being here with me is more than enough, and I genuinely believe that. Because I am here to provide like a sort of a safe space for everyone. Kinda. Although if you have to give me bits, I'm not complaining. I am not complaining. Yeah, yeah. Shiny money.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
That is nice, and for that same reason, I want to give this to you.
I will cry. Thank you. Oh. Oh, I can hold harder. Have I ever mentioned that I'm a very emotional person? I cried multiple times on stream before. Oh, I cried on... What is it again? The game. Angels with Scaly Wings. I cried on that one. The story is too good. And also it's because of dragons. Already fertilized? Ah, crap. I can only choose one? I think now I can continue the time. Time is now resumed. Let's go. Thanks so much for the BT Snow. Wild honey. It's an artisan good? I already gave them gifts. I mean, I don't really care about the other ones. Oh wait, Dwarf is here? What? I'm just gonna chase Abigail. Abigail, wait, the general goods store opened up until 9, I think? Let's go there. Go to mama. I'm not playing I'm not playing fast mode, rude. Oh my god. Thanks. Nah, it didn't scare me. Well, you think I got scared by that? Jeez. No way. Bring the smudge sticks. Crucifix. I need crucifix. Engaging comic high. Still can't be the first ever journey to Pie Prairie King. I need my crucifix. Tolong tolong. Cheesecake, help! Bring the dots. As the comes, who played with the Luigi board? Huh? Who played with the Luigi board? Which fiddlesticks played with the Luigi board that made the ghost go apeshit? God, I should play fast mode someday. It's been a long time. Although it's kind of sad that my PC cannot handle fast mode and also stream at the same time. I have the game, can't play it. It's okay lah. Don't be pussy. Play the game only. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I'm a pussy as well. Yeah, everybody's strange. Don't worry about it. I know it's bleeding a little bit. Nah, it's not bleeding actually. It's just being a little fidgety. But I'm sure everything is fine. Alright, I believe that counted as... Yep, okay, good. You love her design, which is why I'm trying to date Abigail. Unless this is not... Oh, I'm sure it is, don't worry about it. Oh, did the fruit bats give me something? Maple syrup. Give. Oh, it's the top one. Okay. Oh, that looks like toxic. Oh, it's oak resin. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to use my furnace. I should really make some gold bars. And I should really stock up on copper ore for the sake of making furnaces. I need more furnace. Peach jelly. My mouse died. No. I was like, why is it not clicking? Damn it. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna get the wires real quick. Mouse, you know, my mouse, this thing that used to control the computer. I have a wireless mouse, but it died. Yeah. Alright, give me a second. Oh shit, where did I put the wire? Oh fuck, I forgot how short it is. I don't know if this is long enough. It is definitely not long enough. Fuck. No. Oh, be right back. I have an idea. Give me a second. Found it. It's a USB extension. Wowee. Let me try it. I mean, this must be long enough, right? These sound so weird. What sound? I'm not making any noise, am I? I mean, this should be long, right? Let me try. Oh my god. Who's summoning Jeremy? Don't summon Jeremy, I have to punch him. It's and the third? Nothing beats a good old third. Okay, let's hope this is very... this looks long enough. Oh, this is perfect. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it so fucking loud? Yay! The mouse is charging. Look at that. It's alive. It's alive. Hooray! It's alive. The mouse, it be alive.
Oh my god!
Not this one.
No! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow! This is such a classic. I love it. I should add the gnome in there. Whoa! 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 I think it just use this button. Add to existing stacks. Yeah. What? No. There. Yeah, that's way easier. Okay. Kitty! Oh my god, look at Kitty sleeping. Oh my god, the best kitty. Hardwood fence, cheese press, quality sprinkler, slime egg press, oil of garlic? What in fuck's name and all of these things? Whoa! I can craft a bomb. I win the game. What in the mighty fuck are all, are all those stuff? Alright, crafting, right? I think it's below. garlic oil, and it's oil of garlic. Drink this and weaker monsters will avoid you. It's plus 200 energy, 90 health. How the fuck? And where is it? Slime egg press. Compress 100 pieces of slime into a slime egg. It's a miracle of science. What the fuck is a battery pack? Oh my god, there's so many things. Refined quartz, gold bar, iron bar. 8 adjacent tiles every 8. Oh, so it's like a 3x3 space, right? Iron bar, gold bar, and refined quartz. This is actually really good. What if a bomb though? Iron ore and coal. How many can I make? Alright, let me see how many bombs can I make. Actually, I don't think I'll even go mining today, because I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe. I should try out gold bar, refined quartz, and iron ore, right? Iron bar, gold bar, refined quartz is here, I think. I got all the refined quartz from trash. I don't even know how to use the refined quartz. And just like that, I can get one of these. Eight adjacent tiles. Where am I supposed to? Let's put it here. Every morning, they say. Is someone asleep? Not me. I am wide awake because I drink coffee. And I love coffee. Okay, let's fertilize the soil. You know what? I sort of blame my university self, because damn, it was during my university years that I loved coffee way too much. I used to drink like multiple cups. It's insane. Tapper. 40 wood, 2 copper bar, okay. 5 of them. 40 wood, 2 copper bar. One of these, thank you very much. Put it back. In the tapper on. This one. Nice. I will try to let my nails grow again. My nails are soft, so I'm not growing them, even though I would love to. Also, everyone meets Snorlax. I mean, if the game allows me to put the random decorations in public space, I'm gonna do it. Shane, oh my god, I didn't bring food. Oh, I don't know what you like. No. I'm sad now. But isn't there a way to make them more strong, more thick? I'm not too sure, no. It's like my nails are inherently weak. So it's kind of scary to leave my nail long. Eggplant. 5 days to mature. Continues to produce after first harvest. Bok choy? walao 诶，这样多菜你给我选 bok choy 真的是独蓝哦。cranberry seed 什么事 ？Oh, this one is not bad. 7 days? Yeah. Oh, I bought one too many. You know what? I can make one more sprinkler. 1、2、3、4个，边1、2、3、4、8个12。Ooh. All right. Minor 2. When I was working in industrial mechanic technician with my father, my long smooth nail saved my hand twice the same day. Shit. Well, I don't know what happened, but I'm glad it saved your life. Saved your hand, sorry. I can put the torch elsewhere. I can put 1、2、3、4，这边1、2、3，哦，这边已经有 5， so here 1。5. Then 3 here. So I need to make 2 sprinklers. Oh, nice. So do I still need to like water them? I guess the sprinkler starts working the next day? Question mark. That is what I would think. Are you guys enjoying the same music? I sure am. Oh, I should find the blacksmith. I have a low geode. Something broke and my hand kept pushing in the direction of the spinning wheel that would chop my fingers, and my nails were... My nails is the thing that stopped the fingers. That does sound mega scary. It's stuff like this that makes me terrified of machineries. Like, they're mega spooky. Can you give me something good? Oh. Esperite? Oh. Ghost crystal? Ooh. Marble? Oh my god, another ghost crystal. Okay. Oh my god. Ooh. Aeronite? Coal? Coal? A single coal? Whoa, so many shiny! Gyanite? Soapstone? Cool. god. Okay. Another ghost crystal? Oh my god, that was an Omni Geode! Oh no! Okay, fine. How much for gold pickaxe? 10k? How do I get 10k? Which one is not shiny? I mean, these two are not as shiny, to be honest. Let me change space. You are not as shiny. You are beautiful. You are nice. There. Okay. Ooh. My hair saved me also same work, but moving a big metal thing. Drop on your head because my hair is so fluffy, act as a helmet that advises me something was going wrong. I reacted very fast. Oh my god. Bear statue. Obsidian vase. I can't help but think that these are decorations, you know. And since they're decorations, oh my god. Okay, there you go. You want the vase? There you go. You're welcome. Maybe I should sell all these like artifacts or shiny. They're shiny though. I don't want to sell them. It hurts me to part away with my shinies because I'm a kobold. Hi Abigail. We're all going to hang out in the saloon this evening. It's kind of like a Friday tradition, I guess. I love Abigail. I just wish there's a way to traverse around faster. One time a big wood log like 20 cm wide, 8 cm thick, 3 meters long. Not only fall on my head, it bounds. Maybe you just had a tough head. Sorry, that was uncalled for. You know what? I could sell like... Okay, I'm gonna leave one. Whoa. Let's hope they yield a lot of money. My head's very strong, let me tell you. I've had many hits that could kill me, my head ignored them. That's something else. Oh, monster thing's supposed to be here. Okay, okay. I think I'm gonna need a lot more copper ore. Oh, is my chicken dead? I didn't buy food for them. They must be mad pissed. No egg because they're dead. I didn't buy food for them. Okay, let's freeze time for a little bit. World freeze time. There, I'm cheating. I'm showing you that I'm cheating, okay? Drop from a ramp while practicing skateboarding. bend both my ankles and knees. My face slapped the floor. Oh my god. Not hit, slap, which is what, yeah. Like, fall flat, right? God. Oh, finally. Give me all of your stock. There, never have to fight you again. I hate you! Because you don't want to sell me your chicken feed. One of my teeth trespassed my lips and my whole face inflated. I mean, honestly though, these are all like a very eventful life, I would say. I don't think my life is as eventful. Probably because I suffer from a little bit of like, I don't remember anything that happened before I was 9 years old. Memory loss. But yeah, all those sounds pretty eventful. Albeit most of them are quite painful. No, my chicken hates me now. Sorry, kobolds. Looks grumpy. A little thin. A little thin. Looks grumpy. I'm a terrible dragon. $600. You know what? I already have the time froze. Let's make some food. What can I make? Roots platter? Cave carrot winter root? Thunder midnight cup squid ink? I can make... Yeah, I can make roots platter. Adds a lot of energy and some health. Okay, so cave roots and winter root. Let's make 5 of them. And we're gonna go digging. Let's go. Wait, I think going through here will be faster. After him, huh? That did feel the air prior hitting the floor, and after hitting the floor, both of those happened while my knee broken. Why is your knee broken and still go skateboarding? You know what? I cannot tell you what to do. It's life. All good. Broke my knee by falling on my bike in under the hill. I had my oh, it's bicycle. It's biking, not skateboarding. I'm dumb. For some reason I didn't use the backpack. Since I'm going for copper, let's go like 10. I need a lot more copper ore. I should decimate this stage, like this part of the place. Look at that. You were a crazy boy, that bow. And I'm a crazy girl, in a different way at least. Good. More power to you, honestly. Just be safe. Crazy is one thing, you still need to be safe. Oh, maybe have some safety precautions, but still, I'm not well versed in any of these things. I mean, look at what I'm doing. I'm gaming. I don't know about those things. I am kind of a nerd myself. Although I honestly don't even know what counts as being nerdy, to be honest. Like in TV shows and shit, like the stereotypical nerd is like wearing glasses and read books all day. But I feel like that's a little too... How do you say it? It's a little too... stereotypical. I feel like nerd is like more... It's not just people who read books as a nerd, I believe. I don't know. Maybe I should shut the fuck up because I don't know what it means. So many things. I'm a nerd, nerve breaker, logic breaker, and a culture lover. I don't know who I am. See how much relaxing... See how much relaxing the game becomes when there's no time constraint? Now I genuinely love this game. Not that I don't love this game before, but I love this game even more now. Because there's no time constraint. It's the simplest of things sometimes. If I send you the TikTok, would you react to it? You mean on stream? I don't know if I can handle looking at injuries like that though. I don't like watching injuries. Yeah, I know there's no blood, but knee bending, physics bending, airbender, Avatar the last airbender? I don't know. They all sound very scary to me. Well, not Avatar, but still. They are fun. Yeah, I know you're alive. Of course you're here. You're here. Of course you're alive. Oh, hi Astro. I mean, if you don't mind, you could definitely send it to video sharing on my Discord. How's the mouse doing? Look, Astro, I'm so much stronger now. And I am cheating. Who needs mod where you can console command? I have the furry mod, yeah. Is it furry normally? No, it's not. I tried this without the furry mod and it was unplayable. it just doesn't... It doesn't have the flair, you know, it doesn't have... Yeah, I don't like the humans as well. I saw the humans. I saw the humans. They are great arts, but it's not for me. That's all I have to say about it. And then you have the dragons. It's like, And here I'm trying to bonk all the stones for copper ore. Like, I genuinely think that they did a good job on the art, just not for me. I would prefer something more dragon, more reptilian. But yeah, good to know you're doing good, Astro. You're going to do a list of all the crazy and dangerous things that have appeared to me? That happened to me. Like, just a list, not telling the story. I mean, if you feel okay about sharing, then sure. You have a time freezing cheat doing dungeons with 10 minutes pain, so I don't. Yeah, I was honestly so mad about, like, I keep passing out at 2 a.m. I was molding on stream last week or 2 weeks ago. Because, like, there's so many things to do, and then there's a time constraint. It's like, what the hell? Those two things doesn't go well together, I would say. Although just now I wanted to have a mod that just let the time pass. No, the time still pass, but I don't need to sleep on time. But the mod crashes the game, so it's like, yeah, okay, fine. Guess not. So here I am using time cheat. Way too short for a lot of stuff. I just feel overwhelmed playing the game with time constraint. Like, mega overwhelmed. Is this a way to find copper ore? I'm just gonna bonk it. There it is, copper ore. I need all the copper ore possible. Furnace? Yeah, I need to make furnace. A bunch of them. I could have used a cherry bomb. Ooh. Oh, we have books. One more bomb for good measure? Yeah. Oh, it actually leaves. That's kinda cute. There were multiple times I passed out right outside my house or inside, but not at the bed yet. Yeah. It's so stupid. It happened to me on stream multiple times as well, and that specifically pisses me off. And the thing is, I lose money for it. And sometimes I lose multiple items for it. I think those are the things for hardcore players, but not for me. I don't like that. I play this game to de-stress, not to stress myself even further. Going down. Amethyst. This is for Abigail. Abigail likes amethyst. Maybe I should just, like, go down. And find something like this to bonk on. Abigail is best. Modded Abigail is best. Because she a dragon. truck hit me, got squeezed by cars passing in different directions, woodlock bounce on my head, the skate thing, bite thing, fair motorcycle without helmet, twice hit a dog bit my face, I got electrocuted many times. Fell for a second floor, you drink bleach? I mean, because of God's will, not yours. I mean, the drinking bleach part is... yeah, probably, you know. Drink bleach, though. Were you part of the TikTok trend, huh? Were you doing TikTok trend, huh? I'm actually gonna eat this. Two years old, bleach thing happened. Before you were 16, holy shit. Oh, cool. I don't think there's any more copper ore. More amethyst? Mm. I really don't get TikTok. Maybe I'm just a boomer. Like, some TikToks are funny, that's good, but most of the TikTok trends is like so hazardous. I heard from the recent TikTok trend is like what do you call it? Jumping over a speedboat, and then people actually died for it, right? It's like, holy shit. Like, how? I'm sorry, but how dumb can they be thinking doing that is actually safe? Open TikTok was 20. It's because necessary to teach algorithm what you like, but on my TikTok nothing of that appears. Some TikToks are fine, but I don't see any reason for it over YouTube. Oh yeah, true. I would still prefer YouTube all the way, honestly. TikTok's just too much... And I'll just say it. I just don't prefer TikTok any day. But don't listen to this little boomer you seeing on your screen. If you want to use TikTok, feel free. Go ahead, go ham. It's very humor and interesting, funny tips. Chill, we good. Don't worry about it. We good. Oh yeah, the baseball thing you told me last night or yesterday. It was not even nighttime yet. I don't think this is a good idea to just bonk every single stone in my path. But I get chilled sometimes like that. This cave is dumb, big spiral. Big spiral bad. I'll save some energy. I don't like how when the bug dies, it sounds so... It sounds so... juicy. Like when the bugs died, it sounds too juicy. Like what the hell? Just me? I hope it's not just me, it's too juicy. Yeah, this one is not as juicy. Oh. Yeah, this one is mega juicy. What the hell, game? Yeah, that. Ow. Good things. The other day, a parrot flew into my house and he just sat on your shoulder. Oh, that's mega adorable. I'm gonna kill these things for bug meat. Okay, it's gone. Something that happens on the bathroom. Oh, what? Pray tell. What happens in the bathroom that I do not know? Is it a little bit of the dookie? I'm sorry. Oh, the parrot's in the Discord? Nice, alright. Not the dookie, right? Please don't be the dookie. If it's the dookie, I'll ban you. Okay, it's not. Where's the letter? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm here to get bug meat then. Give me all your bug meat. Oh. I think I can make bug steak, right? Is bug steak not a thing? I guess not. I thought bug steak is a thing, isn't it? Was I dreaming? Between Q4 pictures, 200 gigabytes? I'm not surprised. Wood club? Wood club? I got the bonk? Oh my god, you're so damn slow. Please, get out. That is new for you? You mean having 200 gigabytes of pictures? Oh, there it is. Who wants some bug steak? I do. I do. Oh my god, delish. Bug steak. I'm gonna cry. Iron ore? What? Stop bonking, I'm not pressing anything. That sounds like something I wouldn't eat. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want... Look, I am absolutely terrified of bugs, okay? Like, if I see a bug in real life, I'll jump away and I'll actually scream. Happened multiple times. And my family hated me for it. Stop bugging! fucking am I pressing? Fuzzy beard. Wow, thank you. Also welcome in. Fuzzy beard, no? Hope you're doing good. Man, funny, huh? It's like I'm playing Juju. It's almost like Star Platinum is happening. Why? Because the time's not moving. Look, I'm cheating. Okay, I'm cheating. I have to cheat. I just cannot handle the game having time constraint. So yeah, anyone new coming in, I'm cheating. Just so you know. Why you burning? I'm a hack. There's something a Nasus player would never say, but people against Nasus will stop bonking. Whoa. Fuzzy beard, wow. Thank you. The pet is going inside my head. You're petting my head skull. Cherry bomb? Oh my god. Oh, it's so juicy, I don't like it. This area is overrun with monsters? Well. Funny that I got my new shiny bone sword. Oh. God, it's so juicy. I need to stop. Okay, stop saying that. Brain, don't do that, brain. Oh. I need to find a way down. What a troll, what a troll. I kinda miss playing Street Fighter 6 a little bit somehow. Even though last week I've been playing Street Fighter 6 for like three days a week. Whoa. Come on, where's the ladder? I need the ladder. Oh, found it. Gosh, I don't even know how I get winter's root. I just used all of them. Shiny? How many is this? 65? 3 furnaces? Okay. I mean, that's not bad. If I can make more, that would be great. Hi, malicious magpie. Hope you're doing good. Oh, there's no copper ear. Copper ear? Copper ore here? I mean, honestly, getting geode is not bad. Because geode is also like a chance of getting copper ore. A chance. Better than nothing. Oh. Whoa, mother load. Can make one more. Nice. I should probably have a place to put all the furnace. Okay, time to leave. I love my trans comrades. The second one. Oh my god. Like you, Chanpai. That's a lot of people here. Hi. Mimikyu. Ooh. Nightshard. Ooh. Vermilion Corgi. Ooh. Wait, I've seen that name before. Chanpai. Thank you. Hi everyone. Love my trans comrades. Thank you. Scratch. Thanks for the follow.
Hello.
Sorry about the screen flashes. Oh, did it not work? It's okay, I'll do it. Look at this. Arata Prime, thank you. All the love. All the love.
Hello.
Celeste? Oh,
And welcome.
isn't that like a really hard game? How was Celeste? How was everyone? Hope we... Oh, Mommy! Ah! Okay. Oh. I think. Oh god, ow. Ow. Sorry. That shit is very loud. I'm sorry. Small panda bean, hi. There, I did it.
Emotional damage!
You know, there are some things that I should probably nerf a little bit. Thanks for the raid, Breathe. Breathe out of hell. Very nice goat. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I play funny games. I do art occasionally. And now I'm playing Stardew with cheats. I'm cheating. I am cheating in a game. Wow. So yeah, welcome everyone. I hope you are doing good and hope you had fun in Bryn's Realm. Now I'm just here chilling. I am like mega chilling because I have time. I have the time cheat on, so the time doesn't go until I want the time to go. I remember like 2 weeks ago I played this game. I was so mad that I keep passing out outside. Look, I don't like when game gives me time constraint. It just kinda... Yeah, you checked it. It's very long. That's why. It's good stuff. He'll play this game without being like, you're right? It hurts. There's so many things to look out for, it's insane. Oh wait, I'm taking the wrong thing. 24 jewels. Look at my shiny box. Mummy. Don't. Let my transcon rate. I got left behind but I found my way. Yay, welcome in Dan. Thanks for all the loves. Appreciate all of you. You know what? All my love goes to you all as well. Yee. So use the spirit box? Not again. Oh my god. Don't use the, what do you call that again? Cursed possession. I can make one more. Summoning circle. Okay, that was a good haul. There's five furnaces in one mining session? Good. On one mining day. Yeah, like I said, there's too many things to do in this game, and then the time goes by like rockets. Summoning circle. Gosh, that's making me want to play Phasmo. Oh yeah, that's easier. I'm trying to get all the side objective. It's just a circle, it's nothing demonic about it. How many energy drink and energy boosting things you got? Cause I imagine energy is still a big problem with the time cheat. None. I eat bug steak. Is bug steak good? I don't know. I do have fried eggs here that I can make. There. There's still so many things I don't know how to make. Egg. Egg. Uh-oh. I've aroused the egg gang.
People, Tylra streams for free, but help me to help.
but help me to help. Wow, I stream for free? Oh my god. Do I put these here? I can assume these are quite...
Hello. And
I can do it. Kitty? Puppy Bat, thank you. Welcome and appreciate all the follows. Oh yeah, also Small Panda Bean, thanks for the follow the other day. Oh my god. Let me mute my phone. Go to bed? No. I'm not ready to go to bed yet. Hi BP. Woke. I mean, I'm pretty sure the air horn just now woke people out. That shit's mega loud. Oh yeah. This and this. Oh, that feels good. Let me go find the blacksmith.
Yep.
Also, everyone meets Snorlax. Anyone has pocket flute for this little guy here, Snorlax? Thanks, Arata. I guess I'm still gonna sleep to get energy back. That's good enough. At least I don't have time constraint. That's like the most important thing. Hi, break some rocks for me, please. See? Some copper ore. Oh! Celestine? Nice. What is that? Granite? Okay. Limestone? Shiny? Petrified slime? Okay. That's a thing. I thought that's like a metashide? I don't know how to call it. Oh! What if we all send an asthma sound? Who wants to help me? Hey, asthma still costs 25 points. Whoa. Orpiment? I got 3 of these.
Give
Nekoite? Oh my god, it's Neko. Oh my god. Not the Neko Mimi. And again, when you get stone, it's like breaks rock. It had rocks in it. I'm out of gold. I'm out of gold. I'm out of gold. Whoa. Dang it. It looks like you can't afford it right now. I'm not broke. Also guys, look. Bear statue. Maybe I should put it here. Moisturize and stretch? I will. Oh, this was mega shiny though. Okay, you go up here. I need shiny to be here. I mean, you're too small. This is big. This one is not even that shiny. Alright. my god, stink! Going to sleep now, don't want to hate the chicken. Chicken? Why? Good night, Doki. Have good sleep. Maybe I have a chicken that screams every day at 3 and 4 and 5 a.m. when I try to sleep. I mean, 5 a.m. I guess, but 3 and 4? Okay, I think I'm ready to let the time go again. Also, sorry for the screen flashes. The screen will keep flashing because it's like full screen. Like, I close my eyes and it starts. The best chicken energy. Oh yeah, I need to speak with Abigail. Oh, I already spoke to Abigail. It's the same day. I forgot it's the same day. I'm rich. Oh my god. These are minerals? I guess I'm gonna sell some of the rocks here. For money. The best future soup energy. Money. Still think I don't know what these things are for. Pine tar, oak resin, maple syrup? It feels like pine tar is really easy to get. Building supplies? Oh. For cash? Oh, you're right. I can sell them. Oh, there it is. We need clam? I haven't been to the beach for a long time. Oh, there's so many things. Oh, wait, I can use maple syrup for this. Hardwood, gold bar, iron bar. I don't even know how to get hardwood yet. You know what? I need money. Let's sell these things. I mean, I have a lot of trees here, it should be fine. Definitely gonna need more money. I'm gonna eat sticky substance. And I'm gonna do some best thing to do in the game. This one. Honestly though, this game's fishing is like mega great. Salmon? Oh. I forgot. Did I talk to... I haven't talked to Wizard. Oh. I'm pretty sure Wizard opens for the whole day, right? I don't even know if it's possible to date the Wizard. I mean, since Wizard is kind of a dragon or a noodle. Oh my god, I went too far. Hi, Wizard. I believe the townsfolk are afraid of me. Look at that. Look at the Wizard. It's a dragon. It's unfortunate, but I suppose it is human to be afraid of the unknown. Fair. Fair. I love the furry mods for this game so much. I know, right? I know. They are so well made. Very well made, even. I'm gonna fish here. That's a... Oh, that's a very tame fish. Also, I don't know if this is like a mod thing, but Abigail is a dragon, right? And I gave Abigail gems, and Abigail actually says that the gems are delicious. And I assume that's mod's work, because I don't think human eats gems. Oh my god. Mm. Oh, it's a beautiful fish. Okay, I'm going back. I have no energy. I rarely mod games, so the furry mod made this go from almost unplayable to pretty good. Right? Not saying that the humans are badly made. They are well made. It's just I don't like it. You know, I'm kind of a furry scum myself, okay? I like things that are dragons. The humans eat them too? I'm scared. I didn't know gems are edible. Maybe I should try it. Sounds like a delicacy. Kitty. I'm gonna put one more. Can I put one? I cannot? Okay, thanks, game. Guess not. Oh, is it at full capacity? Maybe that's full capacity, I don't know. Munch crunch. I'm scared. Wait, artifact is here? Hmm. Money? Oh. Oh, Jay. Jay is like very. Ooh. Hi, Caleb J. Welcome, welcome. Why scared you don't eat them? Maybe I do. Does chomping on gems? Look, I'm a kobold, okay? It's fine to bite on glams. That's a cute emote, huh? Oh, look at that! Oh my god, it works! Man, now I feel like I'm so good at this game. Oh my god. I'm a veteran. Thank you for not thinking I'm weird. I mean, we both know I'm weird, but I accept it. That makes me happy. Hey, I mean, I am kind of here to make this a safe space, not only for myself, but to people around here as well. It's a thing that I kind of want to do when I stream, so I'm glad I'm doing it kind of well. Oh, the game's fake. This game's not real. Look at that. Nuh-uh, not good enough. I should clean up my farm a little bit, right? I probably should. Nah, but I'm lazy. If I were to set the stream on fire, would it be considered safe? No. No. I don't think fire is safe. Okay, what do I want to do? I still cannot give gift to Abigail, right? But at least let's talk to Abigail. Hi, Sola. Just saying thanks for quick, but okay. I mean, I appreciate all of you being here. Hell yeah. I cannot wait to give Abigail gems. going in. Wait, where's Abigail? There she is. Oh my god, look at the dragon. Do you have any scarecrows on your farm? I don't think I have one. Good limbs. Oh my god, the teeth. Now that's a huge chopper right there. Oh my god. I need to find Shane. I saw what to joke about you not having a furry mod on, but you did. It's a must. It's a must since there's dragons in here. Of course I'm gonna have to use it. It's like pretty easy to set up too. I'm just gonna fish to earn money for now. It's late, so I'm going to bed. Enjoy Stardew. Thanks again for the raid, Bryn. Have good sleep. Appreciate you. Where's Willy? It's off limits. It's locked. Where's the shark man? I want my shark man. Where's Willy? Can I fish here? Oh! I still have some of those sprites somewhere. I even have a portrait that I made. Oh! Like your own portrait in Stardew? That's honestly impressive. Oh, I got you baited. Can I just say that I love the leaf that's flowing like that, that's flying like this? Gosh, I love it. Oh, that was your first real attempt at sprite. It's spriting? Spiriting? I think that's spriting. I did well. Speaking of that, I was so ambitious back then. But eventually I didn't do it because I realized how hard it is. I was trying to make like a full sprite sheet for my character in Rivals of Aether. But eventually I realized how hard it is to even create. Huh? Oh hey, it's a sea cucumber. Sorry. Where was I? What was I saying again? I think the sea cucumber messed up my brain. Oh god. Oh, yeah, Rivals of Aether sprite sheet. I was even trying to make like four frames of just idle animations. Just drawing a single frame crushes my soul. And then it made me realize how difficult pixel arts are. It's insane. And that also gives me a new form of appreciation towards pixel arts. Although I have to say though, all forms of art are difficult in their own way. Go eat. Heard the Pixar art talking was interested? Yeah. Pixar art is something. It's a huge craft, honestly. I put the spreads in that share. Okay, I'm gonna watch it afterwards. Shiny. Treasure. Tail? Tail? I found a tail? I love tails. Well, not the Sonic and Tails tails, but I like tails in general. You know, all the talk about, like, back then, all the talk about paws or maws. What about the tail gang? Like, what about tails? Someone think of the tails, please. It's not just about paws or maws. I love both of them, by the way. But, like, tail, please? Even snuck in one of the characters? Oh. Not all of the sprites, but some of them. Alright. I just hope that these sells for enough money. I'm getting like all sardine, it feels like. Can I fish here? Oh, what? You mean I cannot fish here? God, that's sad. Oh my god, what is that? It's Kuimo. Didn't make the clothing, but I did make the characters themselves. Have some edits to the clothing as a what? Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my god, what is that? I'm getting intubated. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there we go. It's a super cucumber. Oh yeah. Wait, that's what the witch likes, right? Or so I heard. from a particular someone from my chat before. I'm gonna try it. The hint was purple and edible. If you want to look at them, I'd like you to guess which one is one of your characters. Alright. How do I even get there? Is this another super cucumber? It feels like a super cucumber movement. Albacore. If you press the directional key when casting, you can change the direction. Oh, wow! Okay. So can I cast for... Oops, sorry. Can I cast them further if I press down? I don't think that's further. Ooh. I love fishing in this game. I honestly can just do this the whole day. Oh, cucumber, cucumber, stop, stop, cucumber, cucumber. Okay, okay, okay. No, I'm being chupated. Alright, look at that. Oh, oh. What? I need this. I want it. I need it. I have huge need. Get out. Oh my god. Neptune's glaive? Oh, Nelly. You are kinda slow though. Okay, time to sell the fish and get money. I should probably go mining again. I forgot about my chicken. They're dead. My chicken. A slippery, slimy creature found the ocean. Minus 65 energy. Super cucumber adds 225 energy? I'm selling them. Money. Money. I'm keeping the super cucumber. I'm keeping the copper ore. Press 12 on your key. 12? You mean F12? To summon the table? What does the table do? Numpad 12? I don't think that's a numpad that's 12. so I had to stand up a little bit. I don't see 12 on my numpad. Issue. What? Try? I got you baited, huh? Okay, there we go. Oh wait, I got 2 super cucumber. I'm putting it here because I want to give, I think, yeah, I already gave them 2 gifts. Yep. I'm gonna try using this new sword. This looks so good though. It's not as fast, but I'll take it. It's not as good money. Probably because I got too much sardine. Now look, you want me now? Okay. Sorry about the screen flashes. Archer? Cloaks? Uh-oh. Oh god! Why cheesecake? Oh. Oh. I'm just a kobold, no. This is as big. This is as big. That's a crow. That's a bird. Bird. Nice, good bird. I like bird. This one looks like dwarf.
No.
Why would you nut me to death? Oh, Athlete. Okay. Oh my god, cheesecake, help. Now this is a borb, right? Blue jay? And I don't know, I only know blue jay as a borb. And the shork, of course. Look at the shork. Short, good. I love how the face is kind of like sunfish. Right? It kind of looks like a sunfish shape. They call them what? Mola? Mola. It has a bit of a sunfish shape to it. Like here. It's kinda cute. I kinda like it. I know there's like a sunfish game. Guess what character is based off one of yours? I don't know, I like Shork. With Edmund, Cassandra, Cordelia, Jolene. Oh. I like Shork. I like Shork, so I'm saying it's Shork. Shork is the one. These are all like walking sprite sheets though. Nope. Wait, you did say you have an Avali, right? I vaguely remember you saying you have an Avali. You have 2? You mean 2 Avalis? It's only day 7. I love it. I love how slow the time is. I like Emily, they are friends. You know what they are? They are canonically small too, right? Oh, I can give them gifts now. Hey, Abigail. Who wants a good old amethyst? And bring super cucumber to find wizard. Sweet pea for Willy. Alright, we're gonna go find wizard first. My Evely are the more humanoid ones, but both versions exist in the universe. I never thought about like universe stuff. I just create characters for them to exist and that's it. I just kind of love creating characters sometimes. But I already have 4, so it's all good. Hey, do you like some super cucumber? Please, please say you do. Oh, yes! Yes! We found it! Oh, that's Herbs. Hi. It's been a while. How's it going? Going good. I drink a lot of coffee today. I'm very happy. One's super fast. One can make black holes. Show you my super cucumber. Please respond. Oh my god, the dragon is happy. I sometimes observe the local villages in secret. I am hoping to find an apprentice. Someday I will leave this mortal plane, but my arcane pursuits must continue. That wizard looking kind of... What do you mean looking kind of sus? It's a good looking dragon. It's a good looking wizard. The wizard looks great. Alright, let's go find... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can go find Abigail now. I will proceed to head to bed. I will proceed. Have good sleep. Be sure that every NPC in the game is a lizard person. Oh, I wish. Only a few. Which is why I'm dating... I'm like giving gifts to a particular few. No bias, right? No bias. Here, let me show you. So, of course, Abigail. Abigail, a dragon. Wizard dragon. Willy Shork. Shane lizard. And the rest, I don't really care. Nah, there you go. And there we go, Abigail, we're back. Hey Abigail, I'm gonna barge into your room and give you an amethyst. Come here. Come here. Take it. Take it. Be friends with me. I seriously love this. I'm gonna eat it. What should I do tonight? I was thinking about dyeing my hair again. What do you think? Dye it black. Why not blonde? How about bubblegum pink? I like your hair just the way it is. Uh-oh. I'm terrible with this. Chat, how? Chat. How? I mean, I'm thinking fourth because it's still purple. But she was thinking... Like she's thinking about dyeing her hair. So I don't know if saying that I like her hair just the way it is a good idea, question mark? Or maybe it is? I won't... You know what? There's no purple in here, and I'm pretty sure Abigail likes purple. I'm gonna say I like the hair. I like your hair just the way it is. Best. Thumbs up. You guys cannot see it. Wait, my camera is not that way anymore. Of course, it's what you say. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's terrible. Now that I realized, yeah, that's a little thirsty. Just a little thirsty. Just a little thirsty. But then again, if I really want to choose a hair color, get out. Bubblegum pink. And then we go find Willy. Bubblegum pink. Wow. Hi, heard you like sweet pea. If you purchase a high quality fishing rod, you'll be able to attach bait and tackle to the line. Bait causes fish to bite faster. Tackle can make your job a lot easier when reeling fish in. There's all kinds of tackle with different perks. They're usually a little flimsy, so don't be surprised if your tackle breaks after a while. Thanks, Willy. Bye, Willy. Come. I think it's time to go mining a little bit more, but I'm probably gonna get more food. Oh, I can buy food here, right? In the saloon. Why is the saloon like a bistro kind of place or a bar? 10 more minutes. You're open. Hey, aren't you open? Service! I want service! I wear shoes! Where's my service? Where's my service? I wear shoes! Is it year one? Give me something. Come on. Yeah. A crusty baguette. Coffee? Coffee. It smells delicious. This is sure to give you a boost. 3 energy, +1 health, +1 speed. Hash brown. Oh, recipe. Oh, recipes. Look at that. Triple shot espresso. Triple shot. Oh my god, it's 5,000. I'm just gonna buy some salada. Alright, thank you. I'm gonna go mining with cheats on. Okay, let me enable cheat. But also, I think I'm gonna take a little break. Just a small break, alright? A small break, if you will. Like a small break, I gotta put in the middle. This is maximum effort. And you know what? I'm gonna put a little bit more effort. Boom! There it is. Look at that. Gosh, the effort. I cannot believe it. I'm taking a small break. I'll be right back really quick, alright? Sit tight. And don't forget to hydrate, okay? I'll be right back. I'm big. Okay, let me just put this on now. This one. Okay. All good. What is this? What did I press? What? What did I press? Oh, I forgot where to access that. I don't even remember what that is. Alright, let's go mining with a bit of a cheat on our side. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, I should enable it. Sorry about the constant screen flashes whenever I try to do this. Okay, time's now frozen. Look at that. Boom. Now I can do whatever I want. Thank you, Smappy. I mean, I have 10 salads. Should be fine, right? Let's go the deepest of deep. Don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm here anyway. Kinda hurts that everything needs 2 hits to destroy. Is the red rock gonna drop something that's more valuable? Or are they just like... They're not even dropping stones. I think the red stones are just there for the sake of variety. Probably. It feels like it anyway. Oh. Oh my god, where's the old ladder? Oh wait. How long has this been here? Don't say a word. God damn. Oh. What? Oh my god, they hurt. I hurt too. Shiny. Yeah, I think the red rocks are just there for the sake of variety. I don't think the rocks are like special. Or like different kinds of rocks can have like different kinds of drop rate. That might be a little too much, don't you think? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. Yeah. Crib. Oh my god. Nice. Don't worry, I have 10 solid. Look at that. Oh. Yeah. That's pretty good. Ooh. Dang, that is so good. And it only costs like what, 200 gold? For that? Wow. Gosh diggity dang, that's pretty good. Gosh diggity dang. Alright, going down. Oh, I forgot to make bombs. Oh, bombs would be so good, not gonna lie. Hello? Oh, what the fuck? What? I should be scared, right? What is that? That feels good. Hi. Okay. Alright, more bombs. More bombs. Oh. Second? Wait, they only did 19? Man, I thought the bomb would be more destructive than that. Maybe it's more destructive to the environment, but not the monsters. Monsters are immune to bombs. There it is. Here, warm me rolling in. Welcome in, Merp. Oh my god. How you doing? I found Diamond. I'm the best. How's the adorable boat doing? Doing roll-tastic? Hell yeah. Good to know, good to know. You're the Russian? That's right. Oh god. Don't do it. You did it still, okay. And just here casually cheating. I am casually cheating in this game. I'm not even like I'm not even apologetic about doing it too, because yeah, playing this game with a time constraint is too much. So I have the time freeze. Gosh, I'm so glad I bought all the salads. Well, not all, but I bought like 10 salad. I wonder if there's gonna be like different weapons and swords and daggers. Obsidian Edge. -1 speed, but the damage is insane. Oh, you're -1 speed as well. +2 defense, +4 weight. +10 crit power. 30 to 45. I think that's pretty strong. Let's try it. I just kind of feel like the sword is not as thick, so it covers a little less area, but it could just be me. This is a mage, right? Yeah, this is a mage. Nice. Why be a mage where you can be sword swinging dragon? Just be a sword swinging dragon. All will be well. Look at that. Don't. What is that? Oh shit, I didn't check my health. No. Dragon? Dragon, wake up. It's the bird. I find you unconscious in the mines. You're lucky I happened to pass by. Be a little more careful next time, okay? No. 7 items and 400 gold? No. No, my diamond! Oh god, my shiny. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, it minus my defense. No wonder it hurts like crazy. Hey, all good. Oh no. All good. I'm going back in. I'm using this thick sword instead. I just feel like this sword covers a lot more range. Covers a lot more, not range, but area. It's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, going back in because I'm cheating. Let's go. What even is that? Copper bar. You just gave a copper bar? Wow. That's kinda cool though. Okay, let's play it slow. A slime killed us. Right. These slimes are not to be messed with. Alright, respect the slime. When they're gonna jump in, respect them. Hey, don't worry about it. You look at that, diamond's back. All good, all good. Oh, I lost my diamond? Nah, no way. The shiny will always come back to a kobold. Don't worry about it. They just got a bomb. I just got a bomb. I just got a bomb. Wow, you learn how to dodge. Okay, bats have a chance to give bombs. Let's kill all of them. Give me your bombs. I need them. There has to be a way to get more defense or health. Maybe I'm just like, this is a skill issue. Like why add defense when I could just not hit? Why I can't just not get hit? There, English. English is too hard sometimes. Alright, one salad. Look at that. Perfect. Respect the slime. Ow. Oh my god. It hurts. Oh my god, it hurts like crazy. Did I just one-shot that guy? Smash! Yep! Yep! The perfect. Yeah, yep! Yep at them. Let them know. What did I do? How do I get 6 coal? I'm not gonna complain. Uh-oh. We got a fakey dicky. Don't touch. No touchy. Ow. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is that? What is that? Oh. I'll take it. Yeah, it rocks. We cobalt throw rocks. Don't mess with us. Don't do it. Oh, wow, what a fake. Oh, damn. I'm getting schmixed by a slime. Oh my god, I'm getting schmixed. I'm getting schmixed by a slime. I think you can change the controls for the slingshot so it shoots where you point. That's awfully nice. Oh, there it is. Pull in opposite direction. That, I mean, I guess, hold and release. Okay, that's so much better. Thank you. I mean, this is more realistic, I guess. You know, point, press and pull the opposite direction. That's more realistic, but man, it hurts. I don't know how to aim. I'm scared, there's too many slimes. Let's go, we chuck rocks. We chuck rocks, easy. The slime stood no chance. The rocks are too strong. Oh, there's already a let. Oh my god. Man, I feel like that thing can one-shot me with my current health. Oh! I mean, close enough. As if nothing happened. Using salad like a pro? Hell yeah. I'm gonna win the game. I'm too good. With salad. Salada. Where's the bat? Where's the bat? Ooh. Give me bomb? Bomb? No bomb? Okay. Me sleepy, snooze a little while listening to your cute, cute voice. Alright, have good snooze, merp. Appreciate you. Salad good. I need to buy more salad. Salad's like 200 gold and then it adds like the most health and energy. And I think that's like the most worth of all items in the saloon. Why are you juking me? Why am I getting juked? Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot to give this to the museum. Oh, I wanted to eat mushroom. That sounds wrong. No. What do I throw? Oh, I can eat this. Okay. Mmm. Okay, crab. A marine crustacean with 2 powerful pencils. Crustacean. I think I already gifted it. Did I? I don't think I gifted crab. I think I lost it because I died just now. See, this is so nice, right? I can just slowly advance through. Oh, don't kill me. Don't kill me! Oh, run. Wait for the jinx to over. Wait for the jinx to be over. Wait for the jinx to be over. Alright, no more jinx. Please die, please die, please die, please die. That's right. I know how to play this game. You know, let's have a change of music for a little bit. This music is great, but let's listen to some Holly Bridge. Holly Bridge music is also really good. Listen to this. Yeah. Yeah, listen to that. It's so good. Along with Stardew Valley, it's so good. Omni Geode. Oh, it bounces? That's fucked. Ooh. Can I get that? Wait. This works, right? Seaweed delicious. Got it. I think you can drop the tail. It was already gifted if there's no mention of Gunther. Did I gifted this? I don't really remember. I'll trust you on this one. Yeah, I can blame you. I'm joking. It's okay. I can always get another one if this is not it. Squid. Oh. Wait. Squid ink is to use is to make like a food. I can make food with squid ink. Don't do it. The Giga fishing food. Oh, that good? It's like some sort of I don't know. It's like a oh no, I'm gonna wait for you. Yeah, how you doing? I'm not jinxed anymore. God damn it. You spam. You spam. Inventory full again? What dropped? Iron bar? Worth. Wow, getting juked. Did I have a bomb? Yeah, I have a bomb. Use it. Still got hit. What is this? Oh my god, 2 rubies! Alright, let's go use the bomb. I'll put it here. Nice. Hi, what are you? Why are you shaking like that? It's a creepy show. Does the time start with the mines? When was this added? It's added 10 minutes ago when I okay. I use this thing here. I use Smappy and I just like world freeze time so that when I do this the time freezes. I'm basically cheating. Because I feel like I don't want to play this game with time constraint. It's too much. I think the game with time constraints is too stressful. So yeah. I have the time freeze so that I can freely roam. Force and CD? What is that? My man. My man. I'm gonna cheat. I would have a good time playing this game without having to worry about time. And pass out and lose my money. Can I still kill the crab? I kind of feel bad doing it now. Sorry. Oh, I didn't even drop a crab. I feel like shit. This is a scuffed emo of Dr. Disrespect used to refer to someone cheating. Yeah, you know what? If I get that emo, it's fair. I am cheating. Like I am actually cheating. This is not intended. Well deserved, I would say. But I'll take it. You know, I'll take it. You know, at least this cheat is not like game breaking. Well, I mean, it is game breaking. What am I even saying? It's not. How do I justify this? It's not. I'm not destroying other people's lives. Look at that. Yeah. See? Did you just miss? I'll take it. You know, it has been a long time since I last played Tekken. I miss playing Tekken, but then there's Street Fighter 6, so I want to play more Street Fighter 6 than Tekken 7. I, however, want to play Tekken 8 as soon as it comes out. Cannot wait. Oh, too late. We dodged those. One shot? Let's go. I kinda want the copper ore. I want to make furnace. I'm just gonna sell the slime. Don't do it. Wow, I got you baited. I'm actually getting my ash mixed by a slime. I'm getting schmixed. Uh-oh. Gosh, they know how to choose angles. What's that sound? I'm actually getting debated by a slime, really? Damn, they know what they're doing. This is a strong slime. They know the schmix, they know the meta. Is that a squid? I just realized. I'm gonna die again. What is that small? Why are you so small? Why are you so small? Miss? That's a first in the entire game. I got a miss in the game. Okay. God, I know. Right click the mic. No. Wait, can I always right click the mic? I'm going back. Going back. Like this one? It's out of order. All right, time resumes. Boyam. Let's go. Sorry about the screen flashes constantly. On floor 98, is it like confirmed there? Oh, it's confirmed, okay. Just curious, can I? Okay. I will dink. Thank you, Dan. Wow. Yeah, I can stand out a little bit. Feels good. All good, all good. Am I gonna sell all? Am I gonna sell? Am I gonna sell all my shinies for money? I kind of want like 10k to upgrade my pickaxe. Can I sell sword? I can sell this? Mm. Mm. Oh, I forgot about this button existing. It's so good. Can I not sell weapons? I'm gonna sell this one. It gives me nothing. Okay, let's go find the blacksmith. No. There. I want to go to the blacksmith and I want to go find the Adventurers Guild a little bit. I want to see what I can get there since I never really stopped by the Adventurers Guild. Until 4. No! No! It's 4! Dang it. It just reached 4. How dare you close so on... How dare you close your shop so on time? I'm right outside your door. Oh my god. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Hi, Narix. How you doing? I want to try going to the Adventurers Guild. Oh. Oh. Go find my diamond bag. I need to pay you 750? 750 for a diamond. Oh my god. Who get it? I hate it here. Oh yeah, you do have these. Oh wait, I can sell my weapons here. Whoa, this one is really strong. 2846, 9,000. Why is this so expensive? I have this one. Why is it so expensive? Critical strike power by 10%. Increases weapon speed by 10%. Attack. Increases attack by 10%. Attack speed? Weapon speed? That's pretty good. I kinda want this steel falchion. Falchion.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Did I not open it? I opened it. Hi, Dob. Welcome. Been a while. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're well. Yeah, it has been a while. Oh, is my chicken dead? Would they die? I literally did not feed them for like days. Oh boy. He's trying to sleep. No, I'm sorry. They're pissed. New job having me pass around 10 PM my time, so you stream way too late. No. No, I'm sorry. But new job though. New job sounds like a yay. Wait, let me do this real quick. It's money, which would be nice when I get it. True. And it's like big good luck with your new job. I forgot I have this button. Oh, that button's so nice. Why am I not abusing it? Yeah, I don't like the -1 speed. I think the +4 speed is so good. I should probably sell something. Wait, can I refine quartz? Okay. Because there's refined quartz here. A common material with many uses in crafting and building. I'm gonna be a male raptor here to deliver letters. Oh! Oh, that's kinda cute then. Actually, scratch that. That's very cute. Just pictures of raptor handing out mails. It's kinda cute. You looking like a mate? Kinda? Maybe? Tailbags included? Oh my god. Gosh, tailbags is like the best invention ever. Wait, I still have full energy. Okay, let's go cut down some trees. What Maria does when she's cleaning the house. Yeah. This Maria is gamer. Okay, gamer Maria. I'm cutting down so many trees, but there's like so many trees that's still growing. See those little seedlings down there? These things? All of these are seeds that's gonna grow, but I don't know why they are not growing. Probably there's too much trees around. You know, they're all fighting for nutrients, probably. Okay, since maple syrup is kind of like mega important, I'm not gonna cut down too much maple tree. But pine cones, yeah. Oh. The trees just take a while to grow sometimes. Oh, hi birds.gov. Hello, hello. So if I put them very close together, it should be fine? Question mark? Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. There still needs to be a bit of space, okay. So maybe that's why this is causing the trees to not grow. Is what I would guess anyway. Okay, it's 1 AM. Okay. Imagine cheating and I'm still passing out outside. Oh yeah, by the way, I am mega cheating in this game. I cheat by pausing time at will. Is that a JoJo reference? Yeah, because I don't like playing this game with time constraints too much. Hi, Buttermilk. Oh, Ring of Yoba? Thorn's Ring? Yoba? 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 Ring? Okay. Oh, transmute? Just wonder if you could buy me Stardew Valley, please. No. I don't think I'm financially stable enough to buy too much games currently. But hi. I beat the game and that said I will only play with mods, cheats, I don't know. I just really cannot handle playing the game with a time constraint. Been a while. See the maid race? Thanks for the diamond. Took me 750 gold for this. Gosh. Oh yeah, I want to try this one. Can I? Oh! Oh, I didn't know I can do that. Okay. It's blackberry season right now. The bushes are full of them. I went to pick some, but I lost my basket. Can you help? Sure. No. That's cranberry, not blackberry. I didn't say that's a blackberry. Blackberry is the quest giver needs. I should see the blacksmith soon. I have a bunch of geodes. Why is this tree giving saps? Are you like a different tree? Saps, I don't think it's good enough, I think. What kind of tree are you? Oh, wait, what? Oh, you give hard... Oh! Wait, you give hardwood? I didn't... Okay. Okay. That tree gives hardwood. So Tapper is not worth then for that one. Can I still refine this one? Can I refine this coal even... No? Okay. Oh, what about this though? Oh my god. Oh, it's a 1 for 1. It's not 5 for 1. That's gonna... I'm gonna need a lot of heckin' coal for that. It's okay, I found hardwood now. Let me stand out again. My legs kind of hurt from yesterday's badminton session. Hey. I'm good. I think I need to go fishing a lot more. I need money. I think the best thing to earn money is to fish right now. When I can't clean my... Do I get paid for it? I want shiny. Oh, I forgot about the chickens. Oh, the chickens are gonna die. Uh-huh. Oh. Sorry, let me mute myself for a little bit. Okay. All good. Maybe eventually? Wow! Hugs for payment? Gosh. A raptor hug though. No, steal my cobalt shielding. Ah. See, I'll go for those who have better payment. Yeah. Wait, no, chicken doesn't go. Egg doesn't go here. Do they hate me now? I'm just thinking about like hugs for payment. Oh, they don't hate me. Cobalt 4 looks fine. Cobalt looks fine. Cobalt 2 looks fine. Cobalt 3 looks fine. Ah, thank goodness. You know, Narix never gives me shiny. I'm gonna run away. Yeah. I have become rebellious. What does refined quartz even do? I should probably search it up. Okay, let's go find the blacksmith. No more shiny shed scale for you to clean up. But I want those. No, I want it. Imagine I just I just like pluck one scales off. It's like, yeah. Off of a dragon? Oh my god. Hey blacksmith, I found a bunch of rocks for you. Please beat the crap out of them so that I can get the things inside. I thought that's a rock. Ooh. Basalt. I have this. Dwarf gadget. Oh my god. More basalt. Oh. Tiger's eye? That's a new one. Whoa. Oh, it's a Neko, okay. Whoa. Jasper? The ghost? Wait, what? Sapphire quartz? Alright, thanks. I'm gonna go find Gunther. Gunther. Hi, I have one new thing. You are mega shiny though. Okay, yeah, I have to switch place. There, okay. You can keep all the shiny feathers you find while cleaning your place. Wow, what a bargain! We dump his shiny feathers? Oh my god. You know, for like shiny feathers, I'm imagining something like, you know, those luminescent feathers, like translucent, not maybe translucent, but like they sort of look glossy kind of feather. I think I've seen that design somewhere, but I don't remember. That looks mega cool. No, not gonna lie. You know, I should just sell these, to be honest. I don't even know what to do with this. Oh, have I? Did I give Abigail Ruby before? Oh, okay, yeah. Denol. I'm gonna sell these. Where are we gonna go find Abigail? I don't think I have sea cucumber left. Or maybe one more somewhere? Yeah, I have one more. Okay, let's go find Abigail first, then we go find Wizard. Did I just did a dump, did I? A fire quartz made into refined into refined quartz only. It's not even a refined fire quartz. I got you baited. I don't glow. Feathers are brownish to goldish. Gold? 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 all the cobalt primal instinct coming up. Gold? Go, go. Where's Abigail? I'm gonna branch into your room. Oh shit, you're not here. What? Oh no, where's Abigail? I need to give her my amethyst. Oh wait. Maybe Abigail is playing the flute or whatever the instrument is, I don't remember. Wait, Abigail is not here. Oh my god, where's Abigail? I would drink first. You know, I'm starting to feel like the weather is bullying me. Sorry. Because whenever I'm doing all the heavy lifting, helping my family out, and then the weather is like, let me hit you with the harshest sun possible. And then when I'm not doing anything, like I'm streaming right now, right inside the room, then it just rain all day. Like right now, it's still like dark as hell. It's like, excuse me? Are you FR for real? For real? I found Abigail. Hey Abigail, who wants a good amethyst? You do. Take it. Look at the happy dragon. Need to stretch my legs and get some fresh air today? Yeah, I respect that. I respect you. The rain is nice though. I know, right? Rain is super nice. Oh, I have an idea. I'm gonna time freeze afterwards. During like midnight time. I'm gonna time freeze and I'm gonna fish out of my mind. But for now, let's do all the... Let's go find a wizard. Yeah, I absolutely love rain. I love walking under rain as well. Like when it's like dripping rain, it's not like pouring rain. When it's dripping a little bit, it's like, oh my god, that's the best weather to walk outside. But something about that makes me feel very happy. Just walking under the rain. I like it a lot. Oh. Oh. Wet bold. Wet bold. Wet bold, happy bold. That's nice though. I know, right? Something about doing that just makes me feel at ease or at peace. Like there was once when I was in university still, and then it was actually pouring, but because I was so like I was in a very sad mood because something happened to my assignment and then I have to redo every single thing possible. So I was really sad. I was really like close to being depressed and shit. But then outside like pouring, and I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna walk home from here. It's very close, by the way. Like my apartment to the school is like very close. So yeah. And I just walk under pouring rain. It's like, it's very fun. But the next day I got sick. Worth. I don't care. Worth. Hi, Kalfira. Autumn year 1. I'm playing with cheats on. Who wants a super cucumber? Hi, wizard. Look at happy wizard. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah yes, I have seen many things about your future, young dragon. If I were to tell you, there could be grave consequences. Sure. Alright, all good. Autumn year 1. I'm still year 1. And I'm playing with... I wanted to play with mods so that it will be less cheaty. But mods crashed the game, so I'm resorting to cheating. Basically, when I want the time to stop, I can just go like start platinum, and then time will go stop until I say time continues. Maybe a little stronger than star platinum, but yeah. Also, I hope you are doing good, Kalfira. I played Doom 2 yesterday and I got bullied. It was fun though. Okay, I have full energy. I'm gonna wait until 12 AM. Snoot. Snoot. Droop snoot. Snoot. Hi, Ender Dragon. Hi, Lex. We trading? Yeah. We trading. We trading. Let me do it for you, Kermie. Kermie. Gonna go to work. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by, Dob. Good luck with your new work. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Look at the snoot. Hi, Lex. Yeah, I cheat by what is it? Yeah, I stop time because I'm. This is definitely not a JoJo reference. Is that a JoJo reference? I think now it's like good enough. Let's go fish. Let's go fish like crazy. I want to fish. I want money. I need money. I need 10k. I'm doing a new playthrough to practice on my early game on Stardew. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Abigail, why? What are you doing? Hi. Are you laughing or something? I guess you're wondering why I'm in the graveyard at this hour. Uh-huh. Well, I'm here because it's the best place in town to find some privacy. Oh, clever. I'm scared of the graveyard now. And I'm all sweaty because I've been practicing my swordsmanship. I have a bone sword. You want to play? Have to. I want to make sure you're okay. Oh, I'm okay. Don't worry. Hey, what? You think I'm too weak to swing a blade? No. Not even a second. You're a dragon. I can never doubt you. Sorry, I guess I'm getting a little defensive. You see, I want to explore the mountain caves, but I know it's too dangerous to go there unarmed. You've used a sword before, haven't you? Yes, and it's exciting. See? You understand why I'm out here then. I've lived in the valley my whole life, but I've never really done anything memorable. I want to go on an adventure. You go, girl. You go, Abby. Abigail? Oh no. Oto-san? Oh my god, you were hiding in the tree all day. What are you? Why are you stalking? Why are you stalking? Cutest kobold. Oh my god. It's the cute kobold themselves. Hi, Wolfie. Welcome in. I've been looking over for you. Your mother wants you to come home and help with dinner. Oh no. What are you doing in the graveyard anyway? This is no place for a young lady. Ooh. Mind your own business. You think I should be at home cooking dinner because I'm a girl, don't you? You're really stuck in the past, Dad. I'm sorry. Let's get out here, dragon. Well, are you coming or not? Bye, Pierre. Come back! I'm following Abigail because I love dragons. E.T. Okay, my dad won't find us here. Can you believe my parents were ever young? They don't understand my perspective at all. How is you, cute bean? Oh. Oh, I'm doing pretty okay. I drink a lot of coffee this morning. I'm feeling a little more energetic than before. Because coffee, I feel great. Hope you're doing well too. I know, they grew up in a different era with different values. It still ticks me off sometimes, okay? I get that. You know, I get that. Fucking, I'm the only, well, biological male in this family. Oh my god, the things that I'm told to do, it's insane. Well, thanks for hearing me out, Dragon. Now, could you help me untangle my hair from this bush? Yeah. And we're back. What did I want to do again? I forgot. Oh, fish. Tasty bean juice. Tasty bean juice. Coffee, very, very nice. Time for some midnight fishing. Is Philly here? Willie's not here, right? Time for the best part of the game. Fishing. Oh. Whoa. Are you? You look like albacore? You are. Why are you such a cute co- No, I mean, yeah, maybe? I don't know, I just like being a kobold. You know, kobolds have like the perk of being inherently cute. I am basically cheating again. Oh, you must be a sea cucumber. Oh my god, I'm getting chupated! Not like this. Oh, not like. Oh. Oh no, my super cucumber. Okay, wait. Alright, initiate cheat. Boom. Let's go, we cheating. Oh. I wanna run back. Give me a super cucumber again. I need more because I need to give it to the wizard as well. Relationship between wizard. Two loves? Oh my god. This is not a super cucumber. Albacore? Yeah. Sneaky boat. I just sneak outside just to fish. I didn't check how much albacore sells. Oh, super cucumber. We found it. Nice! Look at that. It's a gold one. I'll take it. It's so good. I need to save 2 super cucumber every week for a wizard. Why is it called super cucumber? Oh, I think this is another super cucumber. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. That is so mean, that is so mean. Oh my god, that is so mean. Okay. There's gonna be like the smallest super cucumber. No, it's gold still. Maybe a super string or can read minds? Probably. Read me. What? Did I just seriously say read meines? Don't worry about it. Oh my god. Don't worry about it. You guys heard nothing. Nothing has been heard.
Me eins.
I'm gonna cry. Actually, I'm gonna unfrozen the time again. And I'm gonna wait until like it's 12 a.m. And then I'll freeze the time again. Oh my god, Mama.
Emotional damage.
Hi, Brave. Okay, there it's 12 a.m. Been a while, Brave. How you doing? Meins. Okay. Sorry about the screen like flashing constantly. There we go. Wrong channel, carry on, miss. All good, all good. Hey, it's not wrong channel, leh. I even changed the profile picture already, oh. You see the profile picture I got changed one, eh? Is it the morning gas? Oh my god. That's so mean, that's so mean. No. Alamak, unfollow, follow wrong channel. Walao, bully 到特別，我成日被得閒哦。Look, when you got that gas, you're gonna set it free. Yeah. Nothing's wrong with setting free some gas. I love how alamak. I haven't heard the word in such a long time. Alamak. Alamak, salah channel. Wait, I don't remember. Is Brave Malaysian or Singaporean? Oh god, I don't remember. Oh my god. That's a rather chill albacore. Salah must correct. No, I think Brave is Singaporean. Oh my god, iridium ore, let's go. Ah, okay. Unfollow then find the correct one. Oh, no more bait? Oh god. It's okay, time freeze. I have star platinum. See, isn't this nice? Playing the game without time constraint is like the best thing ever. Like when I go mining or when I go fishing, I'll just stop the time. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, it's much more chill. It doesn't give me anxiety just keep looking at the clock. See me, yeah. Oh. Nice. One single beat. Although I feel like maybe fishing when time stop when fishing might be a little broken, to be honest, because it is a way to earn money and it's like really strong. Okay, for fishing next time I will not time freeze. I think that's a little too much. But for this time, I could have fished to my heart's content. That particular one is so loud. I didn't press it. I honestly cannot wait for Baldur's Gate 3, Dragonborn. Like honestly, I've been kind of looking at Dragonborn for Baldur's Gate 3. They look so good. I'm gonna cry. I'm like kind of loud, but it's a good yep. It's a very good yep. It fits the Cobalt energy. Yeah. It totally fits the Cobalt energy. I love it. That's why I didn't even alter it, even a little bit, because it's that good. Yep. Are you a super cucumber? Oh my god, why were you so chill at first? Nice. This might be bad. Oh, okay, lucky. Stay there. You feels like an albacore. Okay, it is an albacore. Nice, okay. I was thinking in like a Cobalt Walker getting selected in an RTS game. That's sort of a yep vibe for both my personal yeps. Yep. Getting chosen. Yeah, that's a great visualization. Imagine choosing a kobold and then they'd be like, what does thou art want what else to be done? Our servers, okay. I have 4 super cucumber. Also, this one is new. This one I can sell. Oh, this one is new. Okay. Almost sell it.
Yeah, yap, yop, yup, yap, YYP, yop, ye I am, YEP.
The E never gets old. Did I feed the chicken? Less of it being a yap, more being an app with a small hint of yep. To get the emphasis on the effect getting selected suddenly. Yeah, cannot respond quickly with full yip. The Y needs to be charged. You need to hold back for at least 45 frames to do the Y. I wonder how much does it sell? Yeah, let's sell all of them. TTS tries their best but it doesn't have the same energy. Yeah. It's almost like they're only speaking, they're not trying to yap. Oh, wait. Okay, so these are all these 2 is new, and these 3 is new. Oh, I can make a furnace. Oh yeah, wait, I forgot to re-enable the time. Oops. There, okay. Time's resuming. E.T. Maybe someone should make a Cobalt TTS voice, that'll be fun. That sounds fun as hell. Wait, that's a lot of money? How? Oh wow, these sells for quite a bit. Mining. Whoa! Whoa! Huh? Wait, what? No, no way. They sell for that much? I mean, sure, there's 51 of them. Oh wait, one is 50. One is 50, I sell 51, that's 25. Okay, that's right. But it's so easy to get that one. Fishing, albacore. Ooh, albacore is not bad. I should fish more albacore. Okay. Foraging. Yeah, these things are not bad as well. And farming the cranberries and corn. Yeah. This is good money. I can upgrade my mining gear now. Or the mining pickaxe. I have enough money. I'm ready to upgrade my golden pickaxe. Okay. I just need to find a comfortable sitting position. Okay, so a few things to do today. And also I will only activate time freeze when I'm mining. I think that's the most fair time freeze. Because mining just takes too much time. Okay, so blacksmith, upgrade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Upgrade the mining pick, so I will not be mining anytime soon. Unless I can make like 10,000 bombs. 1 week from today, we are holding the Stardew Valley Fair in the town square. It's the biggest event of the year, drawing people from all across the country to our humble town. If you would like, you can sell a Grange display for the event. Just bring up to 9 items that best showcase your talents. You'll be judged on the quality and diversity of your display. The fair starts at 9 AM, don't miss it. Fucking mayor. I hate the mayor with a passion. Are my kobolds fine? Yeah. I don't know what mayonnaise does, but I'm just gonna keep making them. Kobold 2 looks fine. Kobold 4 looks fine. Looks fine. Oh no, they are not happy anymore. They hate me now. Actually, can I sell mayonnaise? I'll leave 2 here. Ow! The electricians turned the power back on finally. Yay! Welcome back, Pinky. Welcome back. Blacksmith 9 a.m. I think. Don't bonk Pinky. Oh, I'm getting boop though. I'm happy. Yay. Oh wait. Nice. Did I scare the poor Draxon? No. Nope. Last me saw was your sister saying hello, the power gone. Yeah, I was like, weird. Must be something happening. And I was half right. At least everything is back on now. Hell yeah. Bong cheesecake, yeah. Oh, rare crawl. I'm getting bullied. A dragon's bullying a kobold. Whoa. Okay. I said don't bully, not continue bully. Ouch! It's just a flesh wound. Whoa! Neptunite? Oh my god!
Ouch. E.
I can't. Oh. All right. Take care of my pickaxe. Ouch! E nut. Hey.
Ouch. Nut. Ouch. Truck.
Ouch. Nut. Okay, I already gave 2 gifts. Willie, I don't know what Willie likes. Shane, probably good things, I guess. You're getting hurt? Nah, oh good. Oh good, it's just a flesh wound. Oh yeah, let me go check. Can I renovate my house in a way?
Ouch. Chug.
Chug. Dink? Okay, I would dink.
Ouch. Nut. Ouch. Beep beep. Bonk.
Beep beep. Beep beep. Ow. No one's here. I want to see if I can upgrade my house. Okay, let me think. I'm just gonna drink water. Ah yes, the responsible force of workers of the town. Always there during opening hours. I know, right? Gosh.
Did you know?
No. Don't know.
No.
Abigail! I may fight with my parents a lot, but I know they're just looking out for me. They are doing what they think is best. I don't know why I'm saying this to you. Don't tell anyone.
At Cheesecake But Drag, did you know?
But did you know? At Cheesecake, did you know? They're overlapping. What did I know what? What did I know? What is it that I know?
Did you know?
Help. 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 I'm scared. I am absolutely terrified.
2 plus dragon plus 2 plus carrot equals.
Rabbit?
I don't think she know.
I don't think I know. Okay, let me just put all the fruits outside. Yeah, fruits go outside. There's like one fruit here. See?
But Droxen, did you know? I thought you do.
I don't nope. I don't think I do. Oh yeah, let me make a bunch of meat. Not meat, bait. Mmm. For maple syrup, what I need to build bee house? Coal, iron bar, wood. Gosh, I'm gonna need so much coal. I have a coal thing, right?
She probably know and is just Forger.
Forger. Forger. I forger. Yeah, this is to make charcoal. I love people's reaction to the question, did you know? What's the sound again? Did you know? Iron bar, maple syrup. Oh, and wood. I forgore.
And Pinky IK me doesn't get it. Can you tell me what everyone knows or Forger?
Forger. I have bee house. I'm gonna put you here. Or not. Only one? Now what's the fastest way to get coal? Charcoal kiln, 20 wood, 2 copper bar. Fogor sounds like Fulgare to me. Fulgare. No fruits? Maple syrup never has tree blood. It's a token. Tree blood. You're right, you're right. What about the time the headless person on what? I'm scared. I'm trying to cut down tree because I'm gonna be making a lot of coal afterwards. And by a lot, I can only make one more charcoal kiln. Why is copper so hard to get? We don't talk about that. Why are you sweating, huh? Why are you sweating? What's going on? Hmm? What's going on? What's happening? Why are you sweating? Nothing happened? Oh. It's fine? I see. Okay. Ah. They're fine. They're fine. Alright. I don't know why I'm cutting down a bunch of trees now, but I'm doing it anyway. We don't talk about it, we reenact. Oh my god. Maybe not? Oh, this is gonna be horrendous. Who's going to be the horse? Not me, that's for sure. I don't want to be in the play. No, I'm scared. Tasty. Oh god. I didn't say anything. What do you mean? Nuh-uh. Gooey, Baba Boo. What? Baba Booey. Preserved jars seems kind of fun. Need more coal. Oh my god. Not even a copper bar. I think Willy might be at the beach currently. I can give Willy sweet pea. Ooh, any hint on what Willy likes? I'm asking for hints. I think Gooey Dragon would give the best hugs and cuddles. Yes. What? Yes. Is it give he likes or loves? Is there a difference? It's a huge difference. It's simply an ability me envies Gooey hugs. Same. Kitty. Wheat flour? How do I even get wheat flour? +2 foraging. Bread? Maki roll? Rice? Any fish? Tortilla? Yeah, this one. +4 fishing. Omelette. Survival burger. Bread. Cave carrot eggplant? Magnetism. Whatever it is, magnetism. Oh, milk. It's okay. You know what? Let's end the day for now. Tree fertilizer. Tree fertilizer? Wild seeds. Winter? Mountain? Oh. Oh. Oh, that's not bad. Imagine being able to hug with any randomly thought up shape. Yeah. The free form, so good. Looks fine. Looks really happy today. Yeah, looks fine. Okay, looks fine. They hate me now because I suck. I'm bad at taking care of colds. There should be a way where I can raise cows, I think. Right? And I think it's gonna require more space. But I'm planting mad trees. Like there's so many trees I'm planting.
If ya meow, ya neo.
Maybe not around here then, I guess. Feed them bolts? No. Don't eat the bolts. Full of healthy iron. Oh my god. Don't eat bolts. Please fall the other way. Thank you. Let me see if I can like renovate my house in a way. I believe there's a way to automatically feed kobolds. That's really nice if I can do that. Construct farm buildings. Coop? I can only make coop? How about upgrade house? I can increase the size of your house and add a nursery. It will cost 50,000 gold. 150 pieces of hardwood? Can I make more coop? Oh! Wow, oh my god, there's so many things that I can make! Look at the automatic system a few weeks earlier but didn't have the resources. Did I? Oh jeez, oh wheels, oh gee, oh wow. This is to put cows, right? Refill watering can. Cut and store grass for feed. That's pretty good. Hi?
Yep.
Oh, I need 100 stone, 10 clay, and 5 copper bar. I have 10 clay, I think. I don't have 5 copper bar. Mill? Mill wheat, beets, and rice. Empty building for you, whatever you like. Interior can be decorated. Ooh. Raise fish and harvest the produce. Fish multiply over time. Oh, seaweed and green slime. Oh, okay, okay. A home for a friend, subsided by the town agriculture fund. Can I let Abigail? I only need 10 stone for this. Allows you to keep and ride a horse? Horse included? Uh-oh.
Al gay is no slime. Is Al gay? Godro bongo.
Okay, is no slime. Boxes this time Morty? What Morty? 20 slimes you water throws and slime will create slime balls? Big coop. Okay, I think, wow, I know what to do. I want to create a silo, but silo needs copper bar, so I'm gonna hold off on that. I'm gonna make some money first, so that I can get I can have enough money to create house barn. How do I get money without fishing? I should probably cut down some trees here. Oh geez, oh wheeze. Those barns, unbelievable silos, massive windmill. Can't even fathom. Stables like mansions, tractor garage, luxurious. All beyond means. But chicken coop, perfect. Manageable dream. I want a house barn. I want to raise cows. Let me go check if I can.
Al gay is no yip me. Is yip gay? Godro bongo.
Is Yip gay? No. Yes? I don't know. Maybe.
Yip is as gay as Godro bongo.
I mean, I guess not wrong. Alright, can I craft something that's like automatic?
Yip is as Godro bongo.
Oh, it's a decorate. No!
Yip is as Godro by IP.
They don't sell automatic stuff, don't they? I should talk to Wizard and Abigail. I mean, Wizard's like close by. I mean, honestly, since I don't know what to do with the gems, I should just sell them for money for now. Yeah, I should probably make more preserving bin, a lot more. It's all for the money.
Go is very cute and Yip is Yip.
Yip is yip. We're all yipping. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here converting people into becoming kobold. You're welcome. Okay. Squeaks. Oh my god, a kobold squeak though? I think the coffee is wearing off. I'm feeling a little sleepy. Hi Nita. Konnichiwa cutie? Konnichiwa kawaii kuma. EP? Oh. You're too late. Someone else did it first. Oh my god. Thanks. Thanks, Evie. Thanks, Narix. I am now slightly less EB. Oh yeah, you did teach me that. You did teach me this one, Nita. Let me see. Let me. What is it again? Nita o genki desu ka? I remember. I'm the best. I remember. Who needs Duolingo when you have friends? It's so mean for me to say, though. Yeah, let's make more of these. Woodstone coal, worth. Woodstone coal. Genki desu? Yeah. Genki desu, very very nice. Okay, let's make more preserves jar. Can I put it here? Crap. Oh, okay. Stretch the bone. I will. Let me sell all these artisan goods. That is jams. Hopefully they give a lot of money. They do take days to like prepare. No, Minky. Oh, I'm getting boop. Yeah. Yeah, boop. I'm gonna stand up for a little bit. Sorry about the chair noises. No. I'm gonna go open up the lights. Bully. I open up the lights. I can now see. Kinda. Yeah, I can see. Look at that. Eh. Eh. No. Why? What I do? What I do? Oh, hi, Brecky. Wow, thank you, Brecky. Oh my god, Evie. Oh my god, Evie. Occasionally shields the wearer from damage. I can make this. Gold bar, iron bar, diamond. Morsel, chanterelle. Ugh. Nita. You let the light in Final Fantasy teach me that they can be bad. What? No. It's good. I can see. Warp directly to the mountains, consumed on use. Oh, yeah, look at that. I hope you're doing good, Breggy. Welcome in. What if it slowly kills your world and is in the process of unleashing some mighty deity? Is the deity like some sort of a dragon? It's Final Fantasy, I wouldn't put it past them. Have you seen Final Fantasy 15's Leviathan? That looks hard. I'm gonna sell these. Don't think it's dragon, let me check. Alright. Oh my god, everything's dropped. Oh! That's sad. Not dragon, nope. Oh, boo, boo. How dare, there's no dragon? I'm gonna cry. God, I'm gonna need so much coal. A crown? Wait, I think I can make a fishing pond. Shit, let's make it tomorrow. Gonna need a bunch of rocks though. 500, I think. Right, let's go 8 p.m. sleep. I think it's a little too early. Let's do some fishing. This feels like a carp. Or small, yeah. Small mock base. Cool. I think this is too chill. I'm feeling sleepy now. This base rocks. I don't think these sells for a lot of money, but I don't want to wander off too far, so might as well. Is this a bream? Oh, it's oh, I can sell that. One geode. One geode. Is there a fish bank? Not a selling fish, but and having money, but a bank. Storage already counts as bank. Kinda. I mean, I did buy like a large fish tank, and I have like 4 fishes inside. I don't know if I can put more than 4. I can go look at it. Yeah, I cannot put more than 4, I think. Fish interest rate? Fish interest rate? Oh my god. Why is it interest rate? Sleep with Kitty while holding a log. Oh. Pomegranate 330? Peach is still 330. Oh my god, this sells for quite oh my god, that sells for quite a bit. Gold PX is ready. Oh my god, let's go. I can go mining. I know you're busy. On the farming, that's why you can't visit, I understand. You'll be working so hard. Keep it up and you can accomplish anything. Love that. Include some quality stone. Thanks. I don't know how you put stone in the envelope, but I'll take it. Thanks, Dad. Okay, this is for fish pond. Just take all these. Like, I may be able to craft something else as well. You never know. Oh wait, it's only 6 AM. Did you know the speedrun loves the female player character because the dad sends gold instead of cookie? The dad send gold? I got rocks instead? I mean, as a kobold I should be happy, but still. The males get mum cookie. Just eat once and it's gone. 5,000 gold at some point? Dang, that's a lot. I love how there's so many blackberries. I can just eat them. You know, for mining wise, I can take all my blackberries out and just eat them. For like stamina and some shit. Pretty good. Shane, take this. This is great, thanks. Oh my god, I love you too, Shane. When you want, leave me alone. It's okay. I understand. Eat gold, mine bear. Eat gold, mine berries. I'm gonna cry. yeah. Please punch one rocks. Oh, egu. All right. Damn, 25k. Steel X, steel hole. What else do I have? Steel trash can. When trashing an item, you reclaim 30% of the value. Oh, I don't think that's as important. Oh, I can buy coal for. I need to save money. I cannot just buy coal from you. This sounds like paid recycling. Damn, imagine if you get paid for doing recycling. So many people would just do recycling instead. We do that here. Oh yeah, bottles do. Oh, you're right. Bottles is like paid recycling. I mean, my family has been doing like putting bottles in like a huge plastic bag and just like give it to the place that's responsible for recycling things. I don't know what it's called. Oh, I like this one. Fish pond 5,000. So if I can put rare fish inside, they'll reproduce? Damn, alright. I can just put super cucumber in there. I think I'm gonna construct the barn first. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. I can put it here. I'm gonna regret putting it here, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm gonna so regret putting it there. Furniture catalog 2 million? Provides unlimited access to almost every furniture item from the convenience of your home. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. We just have machines shop that machine in shops which love to be full when you use them. Oh. Why does the fish pond look a bit like illusion of stairs in circle? Uh-oh. I don't know. I forgot I cannot just build two things at once. I have to wait for Robin to build it. I'm gonna go mining again, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go mining, and my goal is to find copper ore. So yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna freeze the time when I mine though, right? 89 should be enough. I even have 2 salads to support. do not fall asleep again. Legs! Legs, it's okay if you want to sleep. Sleep is very important. Oh my god. Very awake person. But I need to do things. Oh, then okay lah. That's a different story then. Looks really happy today. Nice. To the cave I go. I'm gonna have my new golden pickaxe to play with. Oh my god. Mother Tree doesn't always seem to stay motivated. Tends to play that when you're busy for a while. Ooh. Hazelnut? Get it. Eat it. Alright, let's go to floor 10. Really? Goopy cave. Goopy. Please give me copper ore. I need them. Lots of them. Oh, that's why. That's why Dad Subs told me to right click on the minecart. I can get more coal. That's really good. What? I got a diamond from that? I mean, I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain. Hell yeah. That sounds busy. And not all of it monkeys love friendly. Monkeys love friendly? What? Now that we have this diamond thingy out of the way, the chance of finding good stuff is increased. I mean, I do need copper ore. Amethyst? Let's go. Ooh, 3 times? Cool. I thought somebody did front noise when you kill the enemy. Yeah, I mean... Hey, I don't blame you. I don't blame you because, heck, you know, when the enemy dies, it sounds so juicy. It's kind of weird. Oh no. Hey, nothing died yet. Nothing died yet. I remember watching most of the playthrough of Mother 3, so many feels but very good. I never played Mother, the game. Well, that just happened. So stinky. You know what? At least I got a boob in between all these farts. I'll take it. Thanks, Wolfie. That's a lot of gas. Don't worry about it. It happens. One moment wacky, next moment heart aches. Fart. Oh yeah, does streamer still works? Fart. Okay, yeah, it still works. Gibby? Hey!
Yeah.
Still works. Guys, I forgot to freeze the time. God damn it. There we go. Okay, time's not frozen. Sorry about the screen flashes too much.
Cat fact.
There are almost 5 million dogs bite per year. Children are the main victims. Dog bites cost losses over 1 billion a year. Really? The biggest wild cat today is a Siberian tiger. It can be more than 12 feet, 3.6 meters long, about the size of a small car and weigh up to 700 pounds, 300 kilograms. Oh my god. Gas, gas, gas. The classic. I'm trying to bomb some area. I'm so lazy. Got 1 copper out of that. I'll put it here. 1 copper ore out of that. Originally Pinball Eurobeat remix. The death sound is too juicy. I'm a little scared. My god, is that real? Waluigi Pinball. European remix, oh my god. It's real, I cannot believe it. Needs to be juicier. I'm already kind of concerned. No snootless are we? Snootless? I cannot believe it. Oh, hi Savior. I should have crafted more bombs. Are your doctor making sure there's no broken bones? I assume you're saying that you're my doctor and to make sure that I have no broken bones. It's all good. When would I have broken bones? I haven't found the ladder yet, right? Oh, there it is. Help. And I'm gone. And I'm here again. I'm just vibing. I've been booped. What a jam session. We love to see it. Oh shit. Here comes Salada. Yeah, that's good enough. Good jamming, my favorite is blueberry. Same. Nothing can go wrong for a good old blueberry jam. Like, I kinda like strawberry as well, but strawberry is a little... just a tad bit too sweet for my taste. Just a tad bit too sweet. Yeah, thanks, Brecky. Strawberry cake jam? What? Can you make jam out of a cake? Is that a thing? Probably. I mean, true. I mean, the world is a huge place. You never know what exists, what don't. If they can make butter out of cookie, I'm sure they can make jam out of the cake. I don't know how to speak anymore, guys. I'm sorry. I am mega sleepy. I am actually mega sleepy. I don't even know how to speak English anymore. Cake? Cake? Then go 9. No. I want to play a little bit more. And get sleeps. I will. I will. Miso someone turned jam into fruit already? Was terrible, but was that? Why? 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 Why is that necessary? And why is it a thing? Oh, can I? Oh! I get copper ore like this? Reverse German. You're a brave person? Oh, no. I, sorry, but hard disagree. I am way too jumpy for my own good. Appreciate the sentiment though, hell yeah. I wish to be brave someday, but it's too hard for me. Because the serving suggestions told them to. I can't argue with that, I cannot. If you're jumpy, moving to what makes you jump, that's brave. What you seem to mean is fearless. Maybe? Brave can still be jumpy? That's true though. Am I brave? I'm afraid to play horror games though. We learned that from Luigi. Yeah, the Luigi mansion thing, right? Luigi is absolutely terrified, but Luigi has to go in the mansion. If you're jumpy and move through the Louis. Oh god. Kaboom? That's not a kaboom and a dragon. You just made me break dance. You just made me break. Oh my god. I'm breakdancing kobold. Is she wildin'? She's absolutely wildin'. She got the moves. Does she move?
If you are jumpy, and you move into what yipkis you jump, that's yippa.
Yipkies.
What you yip to mean is fearless.
Kinda love the yippa. Must I say go complete, go see Gil for a reward? Gil?
Godro Bongo me learned that from Louis Yip Godro Bongo.
Louis Yip. Read on how to say different words. Sometimes we practice or sometimes it don't. Example being me. I assume you are not very well versed in the English language. It's okay. Yeah, like Pinky said, it all comes with practice. I mean, at first my English is pretty much dog shit as well. We all have to start. We all have to start somewhere, I believe. I mean, me as like a Malaysian Gina boy.
Godro Bongo me learned Godro Bongo that from
It takes a
Godro
while.
Bongo Louis Yip Godro Bongo.
Outro Bungo. Louis Yip. Gonna love Louis Yip. Oh yeah, Gina Ge, sorry, I forgot. Gina Ge. As a former Gina boy, but now Gina Ge. Yeah, there we go. Grab. I found a bomb. Correction, I found 2 bombs. Uh-oh. Bomb. Ooh. I was born in China. I really don't know how to say English. Not much I know, but not all. Wait, so you speak mainly Chinese since you're from China? 哇，那我们不是可以用华语沟通了？诶诶 you know, like, oh, I know I speak mainly English in streams, but sometimes speaking Chinese in stream is kind of great too, because it is still my mother tongue, and it's slightly easier for my brain to process everything. Slightly easier. That's fine, even those whose primary language is... primary language English, I don't know how to speak it well. That's fair. English is hard as fuck. English and Chinese, especially the writing, is hard to learn with 1 as the base. Fair. 现在我讲会了哈。有人啊，给我 redeem 一个青葱青青葱，青青葱葱青。那我现在讲华语了咯，青葱青葱咯，青葱叮咚乒乓叮咚啊。不过也是啦，我刚也是讲华语也是很对我的脑比较容易消化，因为我感觉我讲英文的时候啊，我就是头脑要 process 很多东西的。因为讲啊，英文又不是我的母语，所以好像我讲英文的时候，头脑要 process 一下，然后才把它讲出来这样。要不然没有 process 的时候讲出来的英文全部一个轮塞杂巴浪全部飞出来，我也不懂怎样讲的，是的是。讲真的，那我玩了 Stardew Valley 玩了一段时间了，感觉就是要拿 Copper Ore 啊，比其他东西还更难的感觉，真的是哦。
All rise for the international kobold anthem. Yippee!
I don't want to rise. I want to rise. I want eat. I'm not rising this time, but I'm looking up. Yee, there we go. 还不错，尝一下这个 E。My Mandarin is 加干当，加干当。
Yippee Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q.
QQ. It's okay one ma. Mandarin chắc kantang. Masih pun boleh kong one. Pun boleh. I mean, in Malaysia we have like the campur-campuran language, where we campur English, campur Malay, campur Chinese, or campur. That's why I say it's Malaysian Chinese. Although I'm pretty sure like Singaporean Chinese is like very similar. You translate to English and then back to Mandarin for me to understand it properly. Wow. 我的中文不太好，不大好。But it's the first time I heard. Sorry. 反正我也是第一次听过，就是很像要华语 translate 去英文哦，又要 translate 回去华语才听得懂，感觉好像很麻烦，不会？我听到感觉我都要飞起来了。Just so that I can understand what I hear and so that I can reply appropriately. Ah, OK 啦，感觉也是有理由的咯，这个。反正我可以叫你 banana 不是？Because being spoken to in Mandarin and then replying in English is a bit disrespectful. Honestly, I don't mind, so long as both parties can understand. Yeah, I kind of understand. Like, oh, sorry. 我觉得我也知道你的那种感觉来的，好像一方面人家讲华语的时候呢，你回他英文的时候也是有点怪懒的是。Good noodles？ 哦，吃面啊！哇，我很饿哎，我很饿，我也想睡觉，可是我又想玩 Stardew Valley 啊，怪懒这个 game 真是能要上瘾到大瘪，没有话讲啊。没啊，每次就是这样的 game 啊，让人家上瘾到没有话讲。啊，累的时候不是啊，然后你就讲啊，多一天呢。然后那一天完了过后讲，哎呀，阿拉郎多一天呢，我有东西要弄。然后多一天呢，啊，多一天到明天去，等一下，恐怖啊，这样的 game 妈的。Me playing Monhan to learn Japanese, spoken Japanese. Spoken Japanese sounds kind of cool. Oh, sorry. 有点习惯讲英文了，不好意思。感觉我就很像听人家讲日本话的时候啊，我会觉得哇很帅耶那种感觉。那两粒眼睛巴大大这样，哇很帅耶。其实我也是觉得我很喜欢日本话，他们讲话很快的时候啊，听起来很帅。That reminds me of these videos where folks would translate a set of instructions like drawing a dragon, put it through Google Translate a bunch of times and then back to English, and then try to follow the instructions. Most of the time it don't lead to the same result. OK 啦，那 Google Translate 这种东西很烂的啵。 那不是100%对的哦，那个东西。然后你要 translate 这样多次过后，然后才回去英文，然后再 follow 那个 instruction， 有一点坏咯。哦，这边可以拿 coal， 不错。哦，这个石头怪啊。Whatever language is basically Japanese translated to Spanish and then to English and to Japanese again, sort of. It's a method of what Capcom does with language to make up what it is. Damn. Dynasty Warriors 9 Japanese playing my favorite game. I know the characters' names. Yeah, I mean Dynasty Warrior. You can't go wrong with all those like the classic, you know, the classic few like 魏蜀吴国的曹操啊、刘备啊，然后还有孙策、孙坚啊。Like these kind of characters, you cannot go wrong with those because it is Dynasty Warrior. It's just the same characters over and over again, but made cooler. At first, I think I stopped at Dynasty Warrior 6. Dynasty Warrior 6 is still cool, and then 7 dropped. 7 plays like ass. And then 8 is back to being cool again. Of course, you have all those like Sengoku Musou kind of like the version where the Dynasty Warrior and the Samurai Warrior, Dynasty Warrior and Samurai Warrior combine forces to like beat Daji and those kind of person, those kind of like evil villains. Yeah, that's a different kind of like game. You know, calling Zhuge Liang. 诸葛亮 how 诸葛亮 Yeah, Warrior Orochi is pretty fucking good, I have to say that. Warrior Orochi, Sengoku Musou, they make the game fun. 诸葛亮 诸葛亮 fucking shit, man. It's a cool name and it becomes Zhuge Liang. God, if they're gonna make Dynasty Warrior game, at least make the pronunciation right. Jesus fucking Christ. Learn the pronunciation before saying the name of the famous person, please. English style of Dynasty Warrior can be a trip sometimes. I know, right? Like Zhao Zhao. Sun Tse. It's so fucking bad. It's so bad. It's good. And I hate it. Zhao Zhao. Just the way they say Zhao Zhao. Bombs way. God, it just rocks. Sun Tzu. It's so sad. It's so... oh my god, Mother Lode? Well, hot diggity dang. That's a lot of copper ore. I mean, I think the most funny one to me is gonna be Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao. Lord Zhao Zhao. At least they kind of speak Liu Bei well because the pronunciation is like slightly easier. Lord Liu Bei. Like you have all the Sima Yi. I think they say Sima Yi. I don't know. Did they say Sima Yi or Sima Yi? Like Sima Zhao?
Sun Si, Sun Si, Sun Si, Sun Si, Sun Si, Sun Si.
They say that with some Sun Quan. Sun Quan. Sun Quan. I will shit my pants. Sun Quan 变 Sun Quan. Dude. I mean, I hope they pronounce it as Sun Quan. At least have like the Sun Chuan, you know, a little bit of the Chuan. If you have the Chuan, at least you pronounce it as CH. I'm okay with that. But if you say that Sun Quan, I will shit my pants. It's not so. Sima Zhao is terrible. Like the SI is Si. Okay, SI is Si. They pronounce it as C. Excuse-moi. Yeah, it's funny. I love the English Dumbledore game. it's like the dumb kind of good. Know what I mean? Don't shit pants, not recommended. Got it. Noted. I would not shit my pants. Sun Jian is okay. Sun Jian is like very straightforward. I think one of them that played has them saying Sima Yi. It's gonna Sima Yi. Oh fuck. Yeah, Sun Jian sounds okay. Guan Yu. Oh my god, Lord Guan Yu. Lord Guan Yu. Guan Yu. Yeah, to be fair, because the Chinese yu sound is kind of hard to like learn the yu, because if you want a Chinese word to be pronounced as yu, in keyboard form it should be typed as v. V is pronounced as yu in keyboard, but we usually don't use V in Chinese lah. Yu is like you, but you know you and then 2 dots on top. That's yu. So, so like they don't pronounce it as Guan Yu. Like it's Guan Yu lah. Guan Yu, and then every time they say Lord Guan Yu, Lord Guan Yu, it's so good. It's used as a special U instead. Yeah, instead of the special U, they use V to let people know that it's pronounced as Yu. When you're using like keyboard, because you cannot like type it. Or if you can, I don't know if that works. I never have a keyboard that allows me to type the special U. Guanping is very straightforward. How many copper ore? 114? Since when you got so much? Damn, I'm Weldon. She's Weldon. She's holding all the copper ore for herself? Yes. Yes. It's all mine. That's a special U. V is not a character in the Chinese pinyin. Yeah, it's not. So that's why they use it. I don't even know how to type that one out. The U. Yeah, that one. But there's no capital letter U lah. U. Oh wait, maybe? Oh no, that U is never the first word. Even if it's like just a single U, it's YU or Y that special U. If you want to type. Oh, I think the most easiest example, if you type LU is Lu, but if you want Lu, it's LV. It's just Alt plus numpad 025. What? Numpad. Wait, alternate numpad 0252? I have to type like a code? What is this sorcery? I'm full of things. Just Google that. I remember to type TM instead. Like, so small. Oh my god, look at the teeny tiny TM. Is it real? It has to be like Chinese? Or just like normal keyboard? Zero 153. What the fuck? How is this a thing? 0252. Damn. Okay, let me try typing it in Chinese. See if it works. Oh my god, it just becomes lover slap. Don't go there. Don't go there on stream. I'm gonna get banned. What is the way? It doesn't seem to work. Press and hold you should give you. Let me try. Let me send a message to you. I get left instead. I get this. If I hold the U, it gives me that. Even on Chinese. You're lying. I cannot get it. Just type LV. It's fine. Just type LV. How do you have selection? What? How do you have so much selection? You're cheating. How are you cheating? Just type LV. There. Lu. Right, just type LV. Wait, what? Oh, wait, if you type LV, it turns to that U instead and it's actually working? Damn, okay. Learning new things every day, huh? Have a tail instead? If you need a codeless way to type it, you can also switch to German and press the letter next to P. On the pinyin, yeah, on the pinyin it's like, cool. You or nice hat too. That's a nice hat. Shiny, shiny. Can you drop like a bomb or some shit? Uh-oh, we're here. Okay, let's get out. Good hole, good hole. Let's make a shitload of copper bar. For the phone, holding a letter and the options you get strongly depends on the selected language. English here has... no matter what language I have, I just get the symbols. I tried just now. Maybe it's like what Narek said, Swift key. Maybe Swift key is the way. It must be a global thing. If you install a Gboard, I don't think I have that question mark. Probably not. That somehow did not scare me. Somehow. 40 geode. Oh my god, I'm gonna be loaded. Kitty. So many things that needs copper bar. I should probably get rid of this. These are like all too close.
SI? Z good SI scolds she sima yi Zhang Chunhua he and SI Mac
张春华，怎么有张春华？那司马昭、司马师、司马懿、张春华。Oh yeah, 张春华 is someone from 司马家族的其中一个爱人哈，什么还是谁的老婆忘记哦。Yeah, but which one? It's definitely not Sima Zhao. Sima Zhao is... I forgot. I don't remember. I don't like history. I should probably go get coffee and breakfast, but also doing nothing sounds really good too. Same. I should probably go eat something. I'm getting very hungry. But playing Stardew Valley sounds really good. Oh god. This is not addiction. Please, this is not addiction. It's just I want to play the game. That's it. This is... Nah, no.
Go eat nee.
Go eat nee. Okay, I will. After I sleep through this day, then... Lubu... Oh no! Lubu, Lord Lubu. Oh no! Lubu. This is so sad. Lubu. Lubu is the original pronunciation.吕布跟他的赤兔马。Lubu. No, I shouldn't be teaching you guys this. I want to listen to more Lubu shenanigans. Oh yeah, I forgot about exhaustion. Is it a permanent thing? Oh shit, exhaustion is a permanent thing? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it's just the way they say it. I'm pretty sure they know how to like spell the name and everything like that. It's just the way they spell it's so funny. The way they pronounce it, sorry. I am very sleepy. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go sleep in the game, and I'm also gonna like end the stream here. I look at. I'm gonna cry. All good, all good. Li Lingqi, yeah, Li Lingqi. Li Lingqi is like his daughter, I think. Li Lingqi actually sounds really fucking good. I honestly love the name Li Lingqi. What a strong naming sense Lu Bu has. My butt hurts. Alright, let's sleep it off. Although, I should probably unfreeze the time first. There, okay. The time is resumed. And let's sleep. What does exhausted do? Like exhaustion? It's bad money, but good haul. Exhausted makes one to sleep. Oh, and also less energy recovery, I believe. So it's best to avoid getting exhausted then. That's fair. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. I'm getting very hungry and I'm very sleepy. How? I drink so much coffee today. Exhaustion causes your energy to recover only half of the sleep. Oh my god, that's so sad. But also makes sense. Actually also makes sense. Cool. I'll take that debuff. It's fair. Exit to desktop. Is the coffee not helping you? Honestly, I think the coffee is helping me. It's helping me a lot. Yeah, coffee crash. That's the thing. Coffee crash. It works so exceptionally well. And after the coffee effect, I just crash entirely. Which makes sense. It's coffee. Ah, sorry, wrong screen. Thank yous for streaming. Thank yous all for hanging out with me. Appreciate all of you. Good night, Brecky. Coffee crash sounds like such a fucked up thing. But I have to say though, like I love coffee. Not only that it helps me stay awake when needed, the taste is also really good. The taste is so good. Like, you suppress the symptoms of being tired long enough to be a mess. Yeah, true. Thanks for stream. Thank you. Thanks for hanging around with me. Whoa, wait, why are people playing Tekken 8? Wait, why is someone playing Tekken 8? How the fuck? Wait, is the email like... Damn! Did I not get chosen? No, god damn it. Junk? No, god damn it, I didn't have it. Fuck. No. Yeah, it's 19th July? Oh, for PlayStation. Steam. Wait, no. Wait, schedule is 26th July for Steam. They must be playing on PS5 then. Yeah, they must be playing on PS5. Okay, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. Oh, thank God! So glad I still have the fucking like schedule here. Woo! Okay, I still have a chance. I still have a chance. All good, all good. But I saw like JDCR playing Tekken 8, Mainman Sui playing Tekken 8. It's like, what the fuck? Do I want to play Tekken 8. We raided Daz yesterday, right? Yeah, we raided Daz, the Kobold King, also the very adorable Kobold. I want to see if there's any other Kobold that's streaming currently. Let me check the Kobold tag. Nope, there's only me and Daz. No other Kobold that's streaming. Huh. Kobolds are rare. We need to find more Kobolds. Or at least, like, the streaming Kobolds are kinda rare. Dragon? Oh, I don't like the dragon tag though, not gonna lie. Because dragon tag is like mostly, yeah, anime girls. Yep. Kobolds all sleeping? Fair. Like, okay, I'll be sleeping. I'll be sleeping after this. Okay, I will. Oh, Seal is sleeping. God, I never got a chance to raid Seal. Maybe this is why. Yeah, Seal is doing like a subathon as well. Trumbo gas. Wait. Get full, get sleepy, happy. You found a German Kobold streamer? Merp? That sounds like Merp. Merp is German, right? I don't know. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, please bonk me. Yep. Oh. Didn't mean to wake you up, Merp. Sorry. No, like green clothes, orange beard and all. Yeah, Merp is German Kobold. I have summoned Merp. I guess we could raid Daz again. It's just when I raid Daz and the Clippy makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I love Daz though. Like, oh my god, the stream vibe is also good, but the Clippy, I don't like it. I don't like the Clippy. Which is also why I didn't put it. And yeah, I mean, at first I put it when I found the Clippy thing, and then it's just like I feel uncomfortable showing clips that is, you know, like when there's random clips, it's like, eh. You mean those weird Irish kobolds? You mean leprechauns? Orange clo- oh, wait, leprechauns is green. Sorry. Hope to see you next time. I hope to see you next time as well, Xavier. Irish kobolds have hair and face and no scales. Oh no. Random clips can be relentless. Yeah, that's the thing. Like sometimes it might show my face in there. I didn't even delete that. I didn't even want to delete the previous, like the first ever clips. My face is there. Like showing my face is fine, but I don't like showing clips that there's like nothing to it, you know, like a random 30 seconds. Get that scissors and clippy the clippy back. Clippy. Yeah, I know. I said I'm sorry. I know leprechaun is green. Wait, did you say green clothing and orange beard? Oh, wait, I was right. you mentioned green clothing and orange beard. Maybe we could encourage users to clean clips up more. Oh, but it requires so much time. Okay, fine. I'll find time and just clean up the clips then. Okay. Still, I'm gonna rate that. I'm gonna rate that as the best couple. Okay. I seriously love his stream so much. The energy. Or hire a mod to do it. No lah, I feel kinda bad telling them to do my thing. It's okay. If that's a thing they can do. Honestly, I don't know if they can mess with like the video producer. Like the video for random dashboard. Then everyone cleans out after themselves. Can they do that? Wait, are you self-promoting? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That's not a good look, but still. Alright, gonna summon Bernie. Mingo's there. Cleans up any oopsie clips. Oh my god, you're so nice. Thank you. Why am I getting bonked? I'm gonna summon Bernie. Bernie, help me tank.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Ooh, thanks, Bernie. I have my Discord and socials. Yay. There you go. Kikis. Kikis. With the beats. Unless the oopsie clip became popular, makes sense. Yeah, then that's pretty good. Kikis? no kikis, no kikis. God, I love Polybridge music. God, I need to download all the full album for like 1, 2, 3. Oh, there, my mouse is fully charged. Yay! I can destroy the cable now. Get out. Yay! Stompies. Uh-oh, that's what Narek does. That's what Narek does. I am yipply charged. That sounds very adorable, though. I am yipply charged. I type it out. I type it the rate. I'm gonna rate. I'm hungry, and gonna go 9-9 afterwards. Haha. Maybe play some Tiny Tina Wonderlands. I don't know. Probably, maybe. But yeah, thanks for joining with me today. I am yipply charged. So before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Okay, we're using that. Oh my god, that's so adorable. Okay, I'm using that raid message. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? Love y'all. Here comes the raid to Daz. Boom. Have good one. I will. Stay amazing. You all too. Gunotaru, I'll wait. Oh, I forgot. How can I forget about that? Oh god. Ooh. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Boom, there it is. I didn't forget. Uh-oh, wait. I think Das is also ending. Guys, I think Das is also ending. Yeah, Das is ending. Das is ending. We are yipply late. Oh no. Do I cancel the raid? Rate train. Okay, I'm gonna press the rate up button. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Love y'all. That's so mean. What a mean thing to do.